Okay, so for anybody that is tuning into this at the beginning of this stream, I basically just wanted to explain what we're doing. We are doing a Dualistic Unity marathon. And by a marathon, what I mean is that we are going to keep live streaming until we can raise enough money to send somebody to our Dualistic Unity retreat. We have a few people in mind. We have a handful of people who can't come to the retreat for various reasons. And this would go a long way towards helping them to experience the retreat that they have been so instrumental in helping to create in so many ways, just by influencing the community, by being part of the podcast, by being a guest in some cases. And so that's what we're doing. We have already raised almost a third, I believe. We were about $10 away from being at a third. Let me just check here. We are over 1/3 of the way to our ticket price already. So if you would like to help out, I will post the link here on the screen. What you can do is you can either follow this QR code here or go to dualisticunity.com/donate. And that will take you right to the GoFundMe page. And this is what we're going to do. We're a live stream all fucking day. Andrew is out in the field like a New York weatherman, and I'm enjoying the fuck out of it. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Andrew, how's the weather, buddy?
Hello, Ray. The weather, it's pretty solid. It's a little dreary here. I'm actually in a shaded spot, but not too bad. 35, partly cloudy, but not a bad day for a winter, whatever day it is in New York right now, February 19th. But I'm excited for it. Hello, how you doing? I've had a number of people stop and stare, see what's going on here. So this should be
despite wearing a mask, no less. That was my favorite part. It's like, hey, I'm terrified. I'm wearing a mask. Let me get closer to you.
Yeah, let's see how close we can get, because I'm just wearing this mask to feel better about myself right now. But I very much do feel I feel like I'm straight up in the field, weatherman, given the lowdown, and because it is kind of like I just picked a spot on this little newspaper stand, but it kind of feels a lot like just a full-on news setup. Am I coming through?
Oh yeah, no, you're coming through just fine. This really does just feel like a full-on news setup. What's fun is that at some point we'll get somebody to come down or something and meet you and like walk around with you, Rick Mercer style. I don't know if you know who Rick Mercer is. You wouldn't at all. So he was kind of a news personality, sort of. He was more like satirical. He did a lot of commentary on politics and whatnot. But at the end of his segment, he would have this rant. Basically, he would just walk out of the back door of his studio and he would just be fucking just talking and going off and just expressing what he really felt. And the cameraman was just like following him, backing up the whole time. It was a dope segment. We need to get you doing one of those. It'd be like fucking Andrew's rants or something.
It's a nice little tirade there, and see where it goes and see what happens. But yeah, I mean, that's the fun part of it. And there is quite a bit going on right now, and it's fun. It's a good practice for me to lock in for sure and paying attention. I also did eat a gummy about 30 minutes ago in between, so that'll be hitting. I have a joint in my pocket, so locked and loaded, ready to rock and roll, and buckling down too, because right now I'm getting those like initially, this is like, it's like jumping into cold water sort of feelings and like getting used to the situation. But it just hit me, we're going to be doing this for hours on end, so there's nowhere to go. We're just settling in right now for the long winter. So
more or less, this is the thing, is that this is not an episode. So this is we're in this for the long haul. This is a journey. This is an adventure, in fact, which means that, as with every adventure, there's going to be points of excitement and there's going to be points where everything's just fucking kind of mundane, like when all of a sudden we're like, we're hungry, we need to eat something, and then we're eating while we're hanging out with everybody. But the point is we're going to be here all fucking day. And because we've already done so much in terms of raising the ticket price, we might do it again. We might go for 2 tickets, in which case we can send 2 people to one of these retreats. And that's going to be fucking amazing. So anyway, I gotta say, man, I'm impressed. Like, you're just out there on the street with your computer, no less, people around you. But the nice thing is that like you could just look around. You could just be taking a look at all the people, and right there, what you've got is the full experience of being human, of just watching people do their shit. And each and every one of them, somewhere in the spectrum of either thinking about themselves a lot or a little.
And that's more or less the spectrum, right? How involved I am in myself, and how much I think it matters to me, even how I'm doing. Like I I swear to God, I used to, and I never spent that much time like on my hair or anything, but how how involved I would get in that is just, I find it so fascinating, and how it was all like no guarantee of how anyone else is gonna look at it or view it or see it, but I would still spend time doing it. And now, don't get me wrong, I'm not just like fully waking up with bedhead every single day. I'll move it around a little bit, but recently I kind of have been rocking the bedhead look a little bit, but it gets so funny when you realize how just self-absorbed and involved you can be, like we can be, and how many things we do based on that self-absorption, like based on what's going to make me feel good, even in relationships. Like right now, I'm sitting next to this jewelry spot. Let's see if I can put this camera around for you real quick to show you some of the things that I'm looking at. Jewelry store, jewelry store, jewelry store. I'm also in the Chinatown area, so it's conveniently also in Mandarin for those who can read that, which is not me. So luckily, they're also in English because I don't speak more time Mandarin. But even something like that, you know, a relationship, fucking the fucking ring shit for marriages and relationships, like how much onus is put on the goddamn ring, the rock, get that ring, and it can be at the forefront of a lot of people's lives and realities for like a number of years, and it creates immediately. It's just another fucking bar. It would make another way to compare. How am I doing? How's this? How am I doing relative to everyone else? Oh, you know, they got they got married. It's like there's no guarantee of anything happening tomorrow as they're getting married. Like there's no guarantee that that relationship is gonna last at all. But it's like, oh, they're doing it. They must be happy, and there's not even a guarantee that they are in their relationship right now. And it's just fascinating, like the just the shell of an experience that we've created, and how it just cuts down so much on the fullness of like the experience you could be having right now. All these fucking bars, especially that rock. I've seen some in the window. Funny shit.
I'm just enjoying the fact that you managed to get through all of that with a fucking crowd around you. Well done. Well done. Absolutely. But yeah, the marriage thing, we might as well get into that. We've talked about it previously, but I mean, the simple fact is that it's another desire for that security. You're not going to leave because you promised. And if you break that promise, you're violating God's trust. And there will be a consequence. And that's more or less it, right? And that's why the whole vows thing, I can love and obey. Yee. Yee. Like, when did love and obeying ever go hand in hand? I even with children, it's not about them obeying. It's about empathy. It's about aligning with your kid. It's true. I mean, it doesn't mean there aren't rules, but it's not the same. Like, if they don't understand the rules, they do very little. Right? Like, there should be some reasoning behind it. I mean, when I was raising my daughter, for example, if there was a rule, it was, this is why. I don't want there to be that rule, but you don't know any better right now. That kind of thing. If she would violate it, it wouldn't be like, why aren't you obeying me? I knew very well why she wasn't obeying me. She didn't understand. So if I'm not understanding that, then that's not love on my side. And so that goes towards the whole marriage thing. It's like, if you truly love each other, today's enough. And when today's not enough anymore, that doesn't mean that you love each other any less. It just means that perhaps perhaps your path isn't together. But if you've signed a contract, literally signed a contract, a legal document now, as well as a spiritual one, right? Taxpayer benefits, the whole thing, then you are far less likely to be willing to go through all of the hassle it would take to break that up. You'd rather you're more likely to just settle for ongoing toxicity and find some way to distract yourself from it.
Absolutely. And like just the number of the ways that the relationship can be falling apart and will still just hold on just because it should be. It's and the fear, the fear specifically with marriages, even how much that stick that we run from. It's like, no, because then I'm gonna end up in hell. And like that I'm gonna burn for eternity. And like I wonder how many people are fully invested in the idea of heaven and hell, and like how much they actually think that that's the case, even if they say they do. Like how much are you able to actually hold on to that without being like, yeah, but like, we don't really know, and it's just as much like an uncertainty as anything. And so it's not even like a 50-50, like maybe hell, maybe not. It's like hell is a little piece of the infinite amount of things that could happen next, because it's like ultimate uncertainty. Death is like the ultimate uncertainty that no one can get to and talk about. And so we come up with all these other stories, and it seems like a lot of the things are just in response to that. Like a lot of it's funny because it's like all the things we do besides living our life, like very few actually live like they're gonna die, like that like this is it, every single day could be your last sort of mentality. It's like having that mentality would actually play into how you live your life, but instead we come up with all these stories and these ways of like, oh yeah, but maybe this happens, maybe that happens, and so I'm gonna live my entire fucking life based on this tiny little potential. Like what you do know is right now, you're alive right now, and there's things that you can do, and there's things you hold yourself back from, there's things you are afraid of, and there's things you worry about, and there's things you're unsure of, and like there's so much fucking going on right now. There's so much happening right now, but instead it's like, oh, I'm going to live a certain way so that I can guarantee that I can keep living for eternity in heaven. It's like, what, to do the same fucking shit you're doing right now? Like you live the same exact way? Like what sort of life do you want to continue if you're not actually living for yourself right now and throwing caution to the wind? It's like, what the fuck kind of life are we trying to prolong here? Like, what life do I want to last forever? Just comfort forever? Or do I want to actually fucking experience life and live it right now and be involved in what's happening? Like, what kind of life do we want to be extended forever? Like, holy fucking shit. And shout out to everyone who has donated so far. We very, very much appreciate it. Maybe this will be the new temporary thing, is until we raise like $1,000, I'll stay outside, and then once we get there, that's when I'm allowed to go back in. That can be a new little mini goal within the big one.
I like it. And of course, anybody, if you would like to help out in various different ways, you can go to the GoFundMe page. You can subscribe via Twitch. All of it helps. We'll tally it all up during at the end of the day. And of course, if we can raise money for more than one ticket, that's even better. If we can send a whole slew of people to one of these retreats, that would mean a lot to them and us, of course, because again, it's not just that we're helping them, but they're helping Dualistic Unity. They're helping the retreat, even them showing up. Imagine being that person. I just want to put you in that situation right now. Okay. This is something that you've wanted to do. It hasn't been possible for you to do. Maybe things just haven't lined up one way or another. You just haven't been able to get the funds together to go to one of these retreats. All of a sudden, regardless of your, well, in line with all the work that you've been doing on your own in your life, the fact that you've just let it go. You're like, whatever, I'm just going to make the most of it. I'm going to make this weekend at home my retreat because that's just as effective. All of a sudden, we get in touch with that person, we get in touch with you, and we go, hey, we have really good news for you. Would you like to come to this retreat? The community came together and they've been able to provide enough to send you to this retreat. That would feel incredible. That would feel incredible, especially because we know that the people who will receive this will appreciate it, and have been good about not being able to come to these retreats and have been supportive and have been a part of the community regardless of the demands of their life. So I just want to say I appreciate everyone who could be here today, everyone who will join us, everyone who's going to be on this long ass adventure with us. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a lot of fun. Back to the heaven and hell thing. I think we just want to hedge our bets, honestly, man. I think it's just the fact that there really is that uncertainty. And we have this tendency of again resorting to kind of like mob rule, or at least the idea that if more people think it, it's more likely to be true, right? And that's why even people who aren't Christian kind of believe in heaven and hell, or at least they worry that maybe there is a hell, and it's not because they believe in Christianity, but there is an underlying, I guess, exposure to that mentality, exposure to that belief system, exposure to that possibility that after you die, there's a place where things are either all bad all the time or all good all the time, and somehow your response to either of those means nothing. But that's it. It's just like, well, a billion, and you've heard the argument, like a billion plus people can't all be wrong. Yeah, they can. They absolutely can. Without a doubt, totally possible. In the realm of possibility, a billion people committing to one, fictitious illusion, totally possible. Absolutely. And to say it's not is delusional. But this brings me back to a point I was making the other day. And I've thought about this a lot. I really have, and I understand that the stance I'm taking on this isn't going to be popular. I get it, because it's very much, a go wander in the wilderness, you'll figure shit out mentality. Because the essence, the source, the mentality that all spiritual paths are based upon is the result of not having a path. It's the result of actually being here in reality. Every structure that came after that to get there is actually walking farther from it. So spiritual paths are actually more of a spiritual hindrance. They're a path away, not towards. And true, if you follow some of those paths far enough, what they'll tell you is, yeah, you never really had to follow the path. It's been here all the time. And that's the real kick. You actually have to go through that giant fucking journey to eventually go, I didn't need to go through that journey. And it's just because nobody around you is going, you don't need to go through that journey. Well, I am. I'm telling you right now, listener, dear listener, you don't need to follow a path, because any path you follow will inevitably take you to a point where the teacher either says, be your own leader, in which case you've wasted a lot of time following, or they never say that. And you are never in a state of freedom. You are never going to feel that lack or that sense of loss diminished, or that sense of lack diminished, because you will always be looking for more. You don't need a spiritual path. You don't need a spiritual guru. You don't need a spiritual guide. Just pay attention and don't judge yourself. Pay attention and don't judge yourself, which means not to settle on any idea of yourself as the truth. That's all that means. It's never you. It's never you. Okay? It might be a fragment of you. It might be a consideration of you. It might be something that you can look at, but it's never the entirety of you, because as soon as you look at it, you have changed. As soon as you look at it, you have changed. And that's the reason it's important to look at it. It's the reason it's important to look at everything within us, all of our shit, without judgment. And so we can process it, accept it, and realize its place within what we are. But we run from it. Right? And why do we run from it? Because it means that we're responsible for it. And we keep thinking that that's some giant weight. We keep thinking that that means that, oh, well, if I'm responsible, I got to act a certain way. No, you just got to pay attention to your responses. And the more attention you pay on your responses, not the right response, the response itself, which means sensitivity, presence, uncertainty, not making assumptions about what's going to happen from moment to moment to moment. The more that you can be in that place, the more you start to realize what spirituality was always pointing at and missing entirely.
As you were talking, I felt like everything around me, all of those thoughts about, you know, where I should be, how I should be doing, how this, even because like getting on this, like I'm so quick, and like it's such a habitual thing to try and measure how things are going. Like even as this live stream is happening, 5 minutes in, I'm like, you know, judging myself for how I'm talking or saying stuff. Like it's so quick to slide in there, but if there isn't any path to be on, you know, if you feel like you've lost your path, look down at your feet. Like if that's always the case and there isn't anything to look to for how to be yourself and be responsible for that. And I wonder how much we've given weight to, you know, made responsibility almost feel like this burden, you know, in the world. It seems like it was always pitched as this big thing, like be responsible. It's important to be responsible. And it kind of blew it up into something that's almost feels so overwhelming that you don't want to look at it, you know, but it isn't an overwhelming thing unless you start thinking about it. And then it's just, you're here, you're responsible for yourself right now, paying attention, and things have a way of playing out, making sense. But because you're paying attention right now, it's not that you're looking anywhere else or looking to anyone else. And so that responsibility isn't this big, huge thing. It's just being willing to be yourself and like authentically be yourself, and not even like subdue certain ways that you act to be nice, to try and be nice, dude. Like that one is such a, and maybe it's just a deep one for me, but in general, just like the attitude towards being nice versus not. It's like, no, it's like we were saying yesterday, it skews towards, you know, being a nice person. I think they're trying to find for them to open the door. Yeah,
I was going to say, I actually got concerned there for a second. They got real close to you. I'm like, whoa, are we about to witness the end of Andrew?
Anything could happen. Keep tuning in, keep donating, because anything could happen. We're on the streets.
Straight up. Absolutely anything could happen. This is going to be a fun day. But yeah, so far, we just had another donation. We're up to 22 donations now towards the ticket. So I just want to throw this up again to everybody watching, because we really appreciate your help. We really appreciate, you know, everything that you're doing to make this happen. And we are going to keep doing this. By the way, as we are here for a long ass time, if you have any questions and you'd like us to ramble about them, throw them up. We got lots of time, nothing to do but answer questions. And by answer questions, I mean probably lead to more questions. Which will lead to more questions and lead to more questions until finally you're like, fine, fuck, Jesus, there's always more questions. Maybe I should just be here. And that's one of the reasons questioning is so useful. Gets it out of your system. You know, it's funny. One of the most frustrating answers for us as children is when we're like, why? And the answer is because. That answer is super frustrating at all ages. And still true.
And it was true all along. Holy shit. That one that just to get someone to shut up. It's like, just because. God damn it. Shut the fuck up. Stop asking why. It's just because. And that's it. And you can stay in that loop. It's like, why? Because. Why? Because. Why? Because, and then as that starts to expand, it's like you start filling it in with more experiences, more things. And then it's just that. That's what we're doing. And so with, if that's the case, and even things like that, like sinking into that, it brings you back, quote unquote, back here. But like the responsibility in being yourself and there not being a path, like that's as much as it's been hitting me for myself just in my own life. It's also, just as someone who like straight up like what, and I don't even know how much it was this, because the whole time I've just been sharing and expressing my own sort of thoughts and journey of stuff, but like somewhere along the way it became a little bit, at least a little bit, about helping someone out. And even early on with content and social media, I was like, oh, why are you posting? What are you posting? People would ask. It's like, oh, I'm just, sharing things that have helped me feel a little, and it was always like, feel a little better, which is funny saying now, because it's like, that's what it was straight up. It was to think differently and feel better. And despite maybe realizing that the thoughts weren't the truth, it was like there was still ones. It's like, yeah, the bad thoughts aren't the truth, but the good ones are. those are kind of the truth, right? Because they make me feel good. But immediately, because there's no control over the thoughts, it's like it's going to be this tumultuous up and down ride. But the beauty of this is, like, anyone tuning in to this, like, we're not a spiritual podcast. This is not a path. We have no answers for you whatsoever. Don't even look to us in the way we live our lives for how to live. Like, it can feel like, because I've experienced this before, that sometimes I'll feel like, well, what would Ray do in this situation? And every time I do that, it cuts off my own ability to practice being myself. It's like, no, it's what would I do? It's not even what would Andrew do, because immediately there's some sort of idea of that. It's just not asking, what is there? What's the way? What's the best way? What's the right way? Even the best way. What's the best way to do yourself? Like, that's something. It's not necessarily quite the right way, but it's maybe it's the best way out of the options. It's not objective, but it's subjectively better than other ways. It's like, no, not even that. There's not even a better way or a best way. There's a more attentive way, a way that just makes more sense as you're paying attention more to reality, more to what's actually going on. Like, things have a way of making more sense, but it's still not right or wrong. It's and you start to understand that, like, maintaining certain points of view or perspectives puts you at conflict with a lot of things as well. And so if there isn't any right way, that includes all the ways right now that you thought were right, that you thought were going to be the right way, the paths that you thought would be at least semi close to the right way. And it's like, not even that. Not even that. No one to look to, no one with answers. Don't look at me. Don't look at Ray. Don't look at anyone in your life, even. Every single time you look around, and you're like, is this right? Even fucking this morning, writing our fucking GoFundMe little bio thing, I was immediately like, this is probably not the best way to write this. There's probably a better way. And like, every time I do that, and so I sent it over to Ray, and I was like, feel free, I wrote a little bio, feel free to check it out. And like, assuming that he'd probably have some edits, whatever. And he was like, oh yeah, looks great, let's do it. And I almost, it's hard for me to take that. Again, it's hard for me to say it is what it is. But it's funny how habitual it can be to just not trust ourselves, not have faith in ourselves, not have faith in our own ability to make the best choice, make the choice that makes the most sense, just to us in the moment, just to you in the moment, what makes the most sense. And then following that, and then guess what? There's going to be another decision to make or choice to make that's going to be at least informed by something you chose and then can be built on. And it's kind of like we're building a sort of capacity to just exist more fully as ourselves, and it's cumulative. So every time you're like, typically I look around, typically I look to someone else. Hey, how am I doing? How do you think this is going right now? And just like asking, you know, how am I doing? How am I doing? Ma'am, real quick, if you, I was going to ask how she thinks I'm doing in life. It's like her guess is as good as mine, is as good as anyone that has ever seen me or been involved. It's like, you don't know how you're doing. You don't have, so stop asking, stop looking around. You're just doing, like, pay attention. You don't have to pay attention to how you're doing. You can just actually be involved in what's going on. All of a sudden, life blows up. It expands like crazy because you're just involved. There isn't a thought about you or how it's going, holding you back, you know, getting in your way. And you can just keep fucking doing stuff. And it's like, oh my God, there's so much that could be done now when there isn't a right thing to do or any way to measure your progress whatsoever.
Well said. That's funny. It's funny. We have a comment here. Unfortunately, that lady was probably too busy thinking about how she was doing to answer the question about how you're doing. Nice catch, Jess. That's awesome. We have a question, and it's in line with what you were talking about because, of course, it is. I'm about to graduate high school, and I don't know how I want to spend my time. So, first of all, I would like to say congratulations. 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 That's amazing. I say this as one former slave to another. Freedom, it beckons. What do you want to do with your time? You want to get over the idea that there's any right thing to do with your time. So the nice thing about being your age is right now everything feels like it's super important, and that is true. But not one thing is more important than anything else. Right now, anything you do is important because the more you are paying attention to it, the more you will grow from it. So it's not so much what should I do with my time, it's how much attention should I spend on that time, or rather on this moment, as much as you can. So just let go of the idea that there's a right way to spend your time. Dig into something. And that doesn't mean you're like, well, what if I start it and I don't like it? That's most things. That's kind of most things, you know. So going through the process of not liking it is going to teach you a lot about whether or not you're just resisting it because it's challenging you, or it just genuinely sucks. Because both can be, you can go either way, right? You're like, well, I don't like this, and if I continue doing it, it's really just to prove something to myself. Whereas, you know, if I continue doing this one, I'll probably learn to like it because it does seem kind of cool. I'm just kind of like running away from the fact that it seems hard. So the point is that anything you do it for you, and do it with everything you've got. You know, it's not about what to do. It's just about continuing to do. You know, and the more you do that, the easier it will get. You know, and you will develop sensitivity about what it is you actually like to do. So think of it at first like a process of elimination. Just get into a bunch of shit and try not to get attached to anything, and you will continue to grow. Andrew.
It's like pull my glove off to we'll see how close are we to that $1,000 mark. Not gonna lie, it's getting kind of chilly here, despite me having my hoodie, jacket, other jacket, and I want a long john shirt. But
we are at $673 at the moment, so we're only about $300 away. If anybody out there would like to save Andrew from an icy demise, please consider donating towards this ticket for somebody within the community. Look at him. He's freezing. He's cold out there. You know, and here I am on Vancouver Island basking in like the 9-degree weather that we have to get today. And anybody in the States are like, 9 degrees isn't warm. It's 9 degrees Celsius. It's 9 degrees Celsius. It's far warmer than where Andrew is right now. So help him and donate.
Yeah, it's like, I think close to 50 degrees Fahrenheit. And yeah, it's a good 30 here. So right around a little under 0 Celsius for those not in the U.S. funny the things that will, like Fahrenheit, inches, and all that. I guess inches is a little more intuitive, kind of, in a sense, like feet, inches, feet being a foot size, yard being a step. It's a little more intuitive. At the same time, it's like everyone else is doing something else. So that's something. The high school thing, how much, not even that I have to get back to the high school thing. I could have just kept running with whatever train that was. But I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna hop back on this train over here, because that that mindset and that mentality that you mentioned, like coming out of high school, like I am just feeling like I am doing that, like digging in to things, just doing them for the sake of doing them, like everything in my life, and just paying attention because for the point of paying attention in and of itself for my experience right now, because this is my experience right now. Like the entirety of my experience right now is sitting on this chair on this street talking into this. Like there's situations surrounding this situation. Sure, we're on a live stream, we're raising money. If we can get a couple $100 more, I'll be able to go inside raising money for a retreat ticket for a next retreat that is in California. So another whole situation, the California mini retreat, April 11th to April 15th, going to be a fucking blast. The mansion that we're going to be staying in is dope because it's basically a log cabin mansion, lake, oasis, beautiful whole thing. And there's going to be games. There's going to be fun things to do. So that's a whole other situation that is connected from this situation. So like this situation here has all these like webs from it, stemming from it, that are impacting all of these other potential situations. But it's like the point of center of the web of everything of your life is you right now. Like this is the point. This is the only spot that you have any degree of influence whatsoever. It's like you're this whole web that you're in the middle of. We think about all the branches, all the little parts, thinking that we can do something about that from here, but all we can do is right here, and there's no guarantee of like any of that. Who knows? Something crazy might happen, and the retreat gets. That's a silly example to bring up right now. Who knows? Like the world could end tomorrow. Let's go with that one. That's less extreme than the Dualistic Unity retreat getting canceled for some other reason. It's going to take
Retreat would still be happening.
exactly. It's going to be happening here somewhere. It's going to be here. And yeah, the only thing getting in the way of that happening is a universal demise, getting sucked into a black hole, which I can't even guarantee that I'm not sitting in right now. Who's to say that we aren't in the midst of a black hole? Who's to say we aren't existing as a speck on a petal in another universe, and that's also that petal that's over there that I'm pointing to is not actually a petal, a flower petal right there. But who's to say that that isn't this situation on that petal that I'm then looking at, and then it's like, you know, the hand reaching into the box, just reaching into the box that you're in sort of paradox field. But the web I'm on right now is getting further from the high school point initially, but it all has to do. That's the thing too. Is this all is expansion of that point of just doing things for the sake of doing things and digging into things for the sake of digging into things. Because you know, after high school, for me, it was go to college and then get a job. Why? Just because, and it's what everyone else is doing, and that's mostly what we look to. Is like, okay, I'm not going to trust myself right now. What are most people doing? What are most people doing? It's like, I don't know. Are most people fully fucking alive, fully living their lives, fully, you know, enjoying their experience right now? Because even if it seems like they say, even saying happy, it's like you can be not involved at all in your experience right now and tell yourself that you're happy just because you're thinking about something that might happen tomorrow, just because there's a, hey, what's up? Just because there's a vacation coming next week, you know, just because of that, you can feel happy right now, but it doesn't mean that you're actually fully involved in your experience. And if that's what we do to think about happiness, is just think happy thoughts, think about myself positively, think about, you know, what's going to happen tomorrow that's going to make me feel good. I get a little tiny bit of that feel good right now. It's like, I'm going to feel so good tomorrow, and that makes me feel a little bit good right now. Even that, you're not fully experiencing things. And so if fully experiencing reality has nothing to do with how you feel, then it's not so much that you have to feel different than you do right now to fully be involved in where you're at and what you're experiencing. And so then it's like all the webs, of experiences that are involved in what's going on or stem from right now kind of drop. And then you're just sitting. And I like that I'm just sitting on a chair. Like, yeah, there's this newspaper stand in front of me, but it very much feels like center of the universe type feelings, especially as this gummy is hitting. So again, just real quick, donations for the California mini retreat ticket that we are going to be giving out. Once we get to that $1,000 mark, I will allow myself to go inside because I have set that as a bar for myself, and now I have to brave this cold until that hits. And I'm going to stick to that just for that. I was going to say or not, but you know what? No, help me get inside, and I appreciate it.
That's right. Save Andrew. I changed the graphic here. It says, hold on, I'll show. Help someone get to a DU retreat and help Andrew get off the streets. So,
Oh, beautiful, you're a poet, dude.
But it really, I mean, we're going to keep doing this, and it is fucking cold out there apparently. So if you can help donate, then we'd really appreciate it. Absolutely. Other than that, feel free to ask questions in the comments section. You can join us on Twitch, you can join us on YouTube Live, you can join us on Instagram. We are on all of these platforms. That said, we had a request from somebody, and of course, there is always someone who's like, hey, you're a performing monkey, dance for me. And so in this specific instance, we got can we get some Andrew dancing in the street, followed by can you guys sing a song together, to which I responded, what kind of donation are you thinking for it? Because if we're going to whore ourselves out down here, we might as well do it for something worthwhile. So they responded $5. And I don't know about you, but that I don't know. $5, that's not going to get Andrew off the streets anytime fast at all.
It's not even going to get you like some shoulder action. And if we're starting to take our I was gonna say initially, I was gonna say nipple. It's like that's not even gonna get you a nipple. It's like, of course not. A nipple is gonna be worth. It's gonna be so much money once we. Who knows? And again, everything.
You know what you get for $5? This.
Yeah. Exactly. Whatever's going on right now. But who knows? One day, DU OnlyFans, everything's on the table. We don't hold ourselves to any sort of bar or path or right way. And the thought of, super involved. So yeah, at least $20. I'm gonna put the dance at $50 donation, and I'll break it down. Amanda's saying 60. I'll go 50. I'll do it.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
I'm a bit of a slut, bit of a hoe. 50's enough. Fine.
DU is out working the streets.
In the streets, work in the streets, be in the streets. I am. So yeah, we shall see how that goes. But yeah,
someone wants to know how to donate. I'll throw the QR code up, and if you can't use the QR code, just go to dualistiCunity.com/donate. And it will take you to our GoFundMe page. The GoFundMe page is to help somebody get to one of our retreats, one of our listeners who can't make it to the retreats, one of our guests possibly. I'm not saying who. We got a handful of people in mind. It's going to be dope to have them there, and we really appreciate your help. So yeah, you can visit that page right there and know that it is going towards a person who has worked very, very hard for a brief cessation of the pushing and pulling of the reality, so they can just have some time to be themselves, to actually recognize how far they've come, without always feeling that they have to keep up to the world around them. So it's a well-deserved break, and we really appreciate you helping make that happen for them.
Yeah, because that cessation of trying to get somewhere, trying to be something, trying to be more, thinking immediately that there's a way for you to be less is brutal. It's so fucking unnecessarily heavy. It's like life is what it is. I'm not saying that life is easy by any means, but it's it's already what it is. We don't have to add weight to it. We don't have to also expect ourselves constantly to be doing better than we're doing, which isn't possible. It's not possible to do better than you do, but we don't have to add to it. It's like you're doing right now what you're doing, and like any idea of how that's going is just a load of fucking bullshit. Big loaded fucking doo doo. Any idea of how you're doing right now in whatever situation that you're in, whatever's going on, is a made up fucking bullshit bar, and you don't have to keep spending your life trying to set new ones. Even as you do something, then all of a sudden there's an idea of how that is, and like any sort of identity that will pull to, like, oh, I'm this now, I'm that now. There's a whole expansion of what that means about you. You know what it then means. It's like police don't really mind that I'm here. That's cool. I figured they wouldn't, but that dude was on his phone. He wasn't even paying any attention to what's going on, and he's a police officer, like a police officer, straight up was just looking at his phone, walking by, glancing up from time to time. It's like that's telling. That's some good symbolism right there. But yeah. Oh man.
That's awesome. Admittedly, I'm really having fun watching the people who like they'll walk by or they're walking towards you or they're walking past and they'll look by and I feel like I should wave. You know, hey, but no, this is great. I'm really enjoying this, and I've noticed we have quite a few people here. Thank you, everyone. And if you happen to be on Instagram, we encourage you to just tap the screen or like the video or whatever the fuck you do on Instagram. I love the fact that we can fucking swear. This is nice. This is definitely a luxury not afforded to us by TikTok, or rather, how do I word that? Fucking TikTok. This is not something that's usually that we can usually do. So this is rather nice. I'm going to be going for a walk there in a little while, everyone, because of course I'm going to smoke a joint. So do help Andrew get inside, and then we'll take you outside, and I'll go for a walk in the local park, and we'll observe some trees and shoot the shit that way. But do help us out if you can. Again, dualisticulnity.com/donate. And I'll throw the QR code up. I love these QR codes. You know, it's funny because I was doing the typical old man thing. Every time I see a QR code, I'm like, fucking goddamn QR. Give me a fucking menu. And now I'm more or less just like, you just come to accept it after a while because what's the option? You keep bitching about it. You expect the world to grind to a halt just because you don't like the way things are going? And then that's it. It's like I might as well adapt, might as well learn. I was having a chat with a friend the other day, and she was saying, like, well, I don't know how to do this on the computer, and I don't know how to do this with my website. I don't know how to do this. And I'm like, well, Google, YouTube. Like, there's a load of places you're gonna find the information. Reddit. Like, just keep looking. And like, yeah, I don't want to take the time to learn that. And it's like, okay, but if I do it for you, then you're gonna need somebody to do it for you next time. And next time, and next time, and then every time you're gonna fall farther back. One of the reasons it's easier for me in a lot of these ways is because like I've been around since like DBase, Fortran, Basic. Like these are all programming languages that most people wouldn't even remember. And I've watched technology go from one state to another, and I've kept up as it's changed of necessity through school or through work or through anything like that. But if you were to suddenly just not want to participate in the world of technology, you're going to fall behind. You're going to fall behind. And it's just, if you can afford to do that, great. Like, I look forward to that. At some point, one day, returning to like a chunk of land where I'm very rarely on my phone, still going to record the podcast, obviously. But it's more like we record things and then, they get posted in bulk. And so I don't do this much. And the rest of the time, I'm just off the internet. That'd be dope. That would be great. But until that point, I'm going to use it. It's a part of society. It's a part of reality. I don't even like cell phones. And what my answer is to that? I don't let it rule my life. It's not that I don't have one. I just don't let it rule my life. Like, I have a cell phone, and it is always on Do Not Disturb. Why? Because I don't feel obliged to answer the phone. I don't feel any more obligated to answer the phone than I did when it was wired to the fucking wall and I wasn't home. Just because it's there doesn't mean I have to pay attention to it.
I'm with you on the do not disturb. I really enjoy that function because, yeah, the thought that you like owe someone time, owe someone like, and to expect that from someone else is brutal. And like, as much as people will bitch and moan even about the way society is right now, even the thought that like society should be different than it is still like, well, it is what it is though. And like, do what you can as you're going, but then also like, and I wonder about this because with taking more responsibility for your experience, I guess it is just recognition more so. And through recognition in yourself, you start to see the reasons for things in society. And like, all you can do, you can't force the change, but you can be a ripple in it. You can be a big ripple in it, just in the face of whatever's going on, whatever in the lifetime that you're in, whatever society you get dropped into. It's like you can do something in it with it, and it's just all, well, like, so much of it just stems from not taking yourself quite so seriously, and because that comes in all different ways, like how seriously you take yourself goes from like your moment to moment experience to even how you look and how much attention you pay to that. Like I was talking about the hair thing earlier. It's like I don't really focus on that as much anymore, and it saves me time. And then other things save me time. And even just the thought of like before this episode, I was eating something. I had kind of like forgotten to eat and drink water this morning because I just like wasn't really thinking about myself at all. And then your body has a way of like alerting you of those things. When you're hungry, eat. When you're tired, sleep. Like we don't have to maintain I didn't eat at this time at this hour. And it's like, pay attention, slow down. When you're full, stop eating. But if you have these bars, like I straight up, when I was counting calories, for example, like I would, if I was at too many or like wasn't at enough based on this set amount that I wanted to hit for the day, like I wouldn't feel how I'm feeling. I would focus on the number instead of feeling am I full right now? Am I hungry right now? And then slowly eat something that isn't going to make me feel like a bag of shit, and then feel when I get full. And it's like there's this sort of fascinatingly obvious self-regulation process that we have, and we try to be in control of that because it's the right way. Because I don't think because it's like the thought of having faith in myself got pushed out of me, got not necessarily beaten out of me, but in different ways via school and religion and all of this stuff. Like, look to this. Don't trust yourself. Don't have faith in how you're doing. Don't moment to moment be actually involved in your experience. Look around. See what they're doing. Find out, calculate how much, what the most people are doing. And then just do that. And then just do that forever. Instead of just like paying attention to your experience right now and like listening, like, am I tired right now? Why am I tired right now? And the less involved we are. I am liking this background music. I don't think he's going to be able to hear me. I was going to yell to him, but there's a car with the windows open. He's blasting right now. So where I was going with that was just building that faith in yourself and just being willing to trust, when you're hungry, eat. When you're full, stop eating. When you're thirsty, drink. And, maybe a little more. And like, yeah, I don't know, maybe a little more than that. But like, I don't know. When you're tired, sleep. Like it seems so obvious, but like we've gotten really far from that. It's like that's one of the last places someone looks is like how they're actually feeling or doing. And like intuitive eating is kind of trying to get at that, but without the slowing down And like it's looked at as the right way to eat is intuitively, and then people are like trying to figure out, well, what is the intuitive way to eat? It's like, yeah, and it's like finding out for yourself and understanding that you're not going to have it figured out the first time you try something. Is like it's getting reps, it's getting practice, but like it's having faith in yourself to figure that out. And yeah, one more time, when you get to that 1,000 mark, I'm gonna allow myself to go inside. So any and all donations are greatly appreciated. It's getting chilly and a little bit windier. So thank you.
Well, I have good news for you. We are now at $773. We have leapfrogged ahead. Thank you to the anonymous individuals as well as the named individuals who have helped us get this far. 773. We are almost halfway to the ticket price. That's fantastic. Oh, shit. I think we're like $10 away from halfway to the ticket price, which is just amazing. Oh man. I got to say, like, it's so much fun because ordinarily you're in a very comfortable spot while you do this recording of the podcast. And so not only are you still involved with the conversation, you're doing so with all of this stuff happening around you. And it's kind of a perfect example of how we can at will limit how much information we're taking in so that way we can handle what it is that we're trying to do. But we also do that unconsciously. Right. And we do it based on our perception of how much we can handle when it's unconscious. Because it's not just, like, oh shit, no, I need to pay attention in real time. No, 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 no. This is an ongoing thing. Like, oh no, I can get lost in this stuff. I can, I can pay attention to that, or I can focus and block it out entirely. So it's just really interesting that we have that ability to focus in and block things out, but we also have the ability to focus in on an illusion and block out reality. Right. So it's so, like, for example, if you were to give in to some degree of anxiety, you would start focusing more on the voices around you than the voice that you're hearing right now. Right. And that's just a flip in your attention. That's just a subtle shift in your perception of yourself and your ability to deal with uncertainty. Isn't that funny? The more you give into fear, the less you're paying attention to what's happening right now directly to you. And the more you're paying attention to what's happening around you that might mean something about you. So it becomes really interesting. It's just a change in perception, as always. Again, want to give a shout out to everybody who's helped us get this far. Andrew, we're going to get you off the streets, buddy. It's going to happen.
And I'm looking forward to it. No, I'm really settling in, and it's even as you're saying that, as you're talking, like there have been a multiple number of times, like even as I've been talking, as my attention has kind of like, it almost feels, because it's not necessarily directed anywhere, but it'll just like expand a little bit so that there's more almost like variation for influence, and then like hone in on this and just be involved in what I'm saying, even not even involved in like you on my screen, just involved in the experience, the entire experience that I am, the experience that's happening right now. But here and there, like because like basically everyone who walks past like looks at me and stares at me, and fuck yeah, 25 donations, let's fucking go. Yeah, $227 would be greatly appreciated, because yeah, the fingers are what really gets me. And even with my gloves, like I keep switching between being fully gloved in here, but then the fingers here will get cold, to balling them up in this and being able to blow on them a little bit. But it's also this back and forth between like, what is cold, like what is what does cold mean, like what is cold right now? And as I start, I keep saying, what is cold? What is cold? It's like, yeah. I'm also stimulated via cannabis right now, and that feels great. And and it's funny too, because like I'll be involved in what's happening, and then it'll hit me like that I took an edible, and then all of a sudden that'll like expand my attention into that, and that's now something that could have influence over what's going on right now. But it's not until I think about it, until I get focused on that, and then what that means. It's like, oh, can I handle this edible? It's like, yeah, you were, until you wondered if you could. It's the same thing for everything. And so like every moment, it's not even like, as you say, start thinking about yourself a little bit more, and those anxious kind of worried feelings start coming up. Like then you'll focus on it to then think that you have to do something about that in order to bring your attention back to what's happening right now. But the potential to bring your attention back to what's happening right now is always there. It's always right there. It's not something you do outside of right now to bring your attention. Now you're like weaving through all these other things to try and bring your attention back to right now instead of just realizing that the attention is here right now. It's always here right now. It's just clouded by a certain perspective, certain veil, certain, perceptions, assumptions, all this stuff, but you're still paying attention. It's just, it's clouded. It's not even that it's necessarily on something else because, like, all your senses are here. What you're hearing, what you're smelling, what you're looking at, what you're saying, what you're feeling is always going to be right here. It's just we can put this sort of, veil on top of it via thought. What I'm doing via my senses, via my body, via the situation, what it means about me. It's like you're just doing things. You're just here experiencing things. And so back to my what is cold comment, it is kind of interesting to feel that right now because like this is really fun for me to like be on a live stream just chatting like we're doing all the time, hanging out. We're raising some money for a retreat ticket that's going to be fucking awesome for someone who probably would love to go and maybe they just don't have the funds right now. It's like this is a really cool thing that's happening. And then I'm like, oh, but I'm cold. It's like, what does that mean? Because as I relax, it's like I start to feel the coldness, but feel the things that I feel like are cold, like my hands or my toes. And there's a whole experience there. There's a whole experience of me feeling and wondering what it even means to be cold and how much can I relax through that and like actually shift my experience just from, in the moment letting go of the idea that I shouldn't be cold right now. It's like who's saying that I should be feeling differently than I'm feeling right now? And that goes for everything. That goes for everything that we're doing all the time. Who's ever saying that you should be at all different than you are right now? Then the thing that you're doing, the thing that you're expressing, the thing that you're feeling, the thing that you're thinking, who the fuck is saying should? Someone might be saying it to you, but you're the one believing it. So you're the one just telling yourself that. You're the one who's saying that person should matter to you. Their perspective should matter. And it's like none of it does. None of it does at all. And so, being cold, I don't know where exactly that was going, but yeah, cold, yeah, feeling it, but I don't have to give in. And so how much can I shift that? How much influence do I have over my experience right now? Not control because it is what it is, but how much can I, accept that it is what it is?
Well, and what's funny is that you're saying that you're cold, but that's really only on the surface, right? Like your heart's still a balmy 98 degrees. Like you are still nice and warm on the inside, but your focus isn't there. Your focus isn't there. And I know all about being cold. I grew up in Northern Ontario where it's like, minus 40 regularly in the winter. And so a good trick would be always to focus on the heat that I still could feel inside my hands rather than feeling the skin. I would focus on the inside of my hands and try to feel that. Right, I would focus on the inside of my chest and try to feel that. And what's funny is that and again, you could be like, "Well, it just sounds like a placebo," but you get warmer. Unless you're freezing to death, in which case, again, how much is maybe you still have an influence. The point is that at that point you're really battling that fucking cold. At minus 40, if you have no protection, that's a lot for just envisioning warmth to deal with, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have an influence, especially on lower temperatures. I wonder how cold it is there, by the way. What is the temperature in New York right now?
It's a great question. I don't quite know, and now I'm back to I feel like weatherman mode, and yeah, right. It's feeling like I'm gonna guess. I knew before it was 35. In the shade, it's definitely like I'm gonna guess 28, and maybe it feels like 19. That's what I'm gonna go with. Anyone who's watching could also look up and check that out. I guess anyway.
I just did, but of course it showed it to me in Celsius. It's 4 degrees. It's 4 degrees. So it's not quite freezing, but in the shade, it would certainly feel fucking chilly.
Yes, what's that, like 30? Maybe? 35. I guess I could warm up also. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's colder. It could get warmer.
Yeah, no, that's a nice thing. As much as we appreciate, your endurance and your commitment to the cause, we're still going to be doing this all fucking day. So don't, let's not live stream from the fucking emergency room. It's like, oh wow, this took a fucking turn. You guys are doing a lot just to get viewers. Suddenly you're interviewing the ambulance driver. It's like, so how do you think I'm doing?
How do you think you're doing relative to how I'm doing right now? How do you feel like you're doing? But no, I'm not actually that cold. I'm being dramatic to get to that $1,000 mark. No, I am.
No, it's cold.
Yeah.
2 degrees with the wind. Jazz just confirmed for us. That's chilly, man. That's like 2 degrees above freezing. That's not a warm feeling by any means. It's definitely cold. Luckily, you've got enough internal body heat to you're not going to get frostbite. I think is what I'm saying.
No, and that's I think what I was trying to say is I'm not anywhere close to that. Close to too cold. Call an ambulance. This is a good temperature for me to sink into. It's like a good practice, and yeah, it's chilly, but there is what you're saying with the internal body temperature, heat stuff, with the heart beating and all that good stuff. Like, it does help for sure, and then it's like the blood through the veins into my fingers. And hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Good. He's just gonna keep watching. It's just
Nice.
You want to be on camera? Yeah.
Hello.
My co-host says hello. All right. Yeah, I think.
Appreciate him hanging out. That's dope.
And there he goes.
I don't think he can hear me. Oh,
He can't hear you.
he's clicking away.
I don't know if he could.
Holy shit. He's making good ground. Look at that little fuck. Look at him go. Holy shit. Sorry, man. Like, that's way faster than I expected. Then again, he could just be running away at this point.
Now he does hear you all of a sudden.
Yeah, he comes back. Were you talking about me?
Yeah, no. He, I don't know if he did say hey. So he could respond.
Yeah, and he's vanished into the crowd. That's it. He's disappeared like Jason Bourne.
Got some masked many people right now. Although the larger people that are with masks.
Oh, we have good news. We have good news. Somebody is going to donate in honor of Andrew's foray into dark religious humor during his stand-up adventure. Help is on the way. Thank you. Thank you. That is fucking awesome because, we got to keep Andrew at least healthy enough to live stream again tomorrow or possibly for the rest of the evening. This is going very well so far, but I just wanted to give a shout out to everyone so far who's made this happen because we really did raise like a lot just this morning on the episode of Raw. That was crazy. So much support, and it's heartwarming, man. It fucking absolutely blows my mind. Like I've been having this conversation forever with myself, right? But there was never a community of people that were working on themselves and looking to be a part of an environment, not to be somebody you can lean on, but to recognize that they have a ripple, that they are responsible for what they perpetuate, and that they're perpetuating it in themselves ultimately. Yeah, he got close again, didn't he? I feel like we're putting your life on the line, man.
No, we'll see if that. I'm gonna hold to the $1,000 mark because I'm really not that cold or really that. There's enough going on right now. If I was on a quieter street, I'm almost be a little bit more.
We're at 808. Thank you, mystery donator. $808, less than $200 left, and Andrew can stop working the streets.
I may start working the streets in order to get us closer to that number to get myself off the streets. It's what they call running towards the the issue? Running straight into the pit of the storm. Just dive
You
right
just put a little hat down on put a hat down on the sidewalk next to you.
right
You know, see if you get people to donate to you. That'd be dope, right? Absolutely. But going back to what you were saying about, not worrying so much about your hair, for example, or about worrying about so much about how you look. That's great because that frees up a lot of shit. Like Einstein wore the same clothes a lot of the time. And the reason was because it freed up fucking like not just minutes, but hours out of his month, if you think about it. Right? Like how much time do you spend? Not you personally, Andrew, but listener, hello listener. How much time do you spend in the morning wondering what you should wear during the day? And how much of that wondering is based on how other people will perceive you versus how you actually want to get dressed? Because you would spend a lot less time thinking about it if it was just about you. You'd be like, I want to wear that, that, that. But if you're like, I want to wear that, 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 oh, what will this such and such think? Oh, what will they say? Blah, 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 blah. Immediately, all that time, all that time. And for what? Control you don't have. Right? Because you still don't know what they're going to think. You still don't know what they're going to say. It's entirely possible that the outfit you were about to choose would have had everybody fucking applauding and giving you a standing O. And the outfit you chose instead just got their resent. Like they have disdain for you now for choosing that blouse. And you were so careful, so choosy. You were trying to be so selective, thinking about what everybody might think. You don't know they hate that fucking blouse. You don't know. You didn't know that they were going to like the last outfit, and you never will. You never will. So dress for you. Dress for you and let the chips fall where they may. And if somebody comes over and they're like, I hate that fucking blouse, you can go, holy fuck, don't you have something better to do with your life?
Don't you have anything else that you could possibly do? Nothing. Nothing. This is where we're going. This is where we're settling. Oh my gosh. But like, oh god, the amount of judgment we can as the train is leaving the station, that thought train is going gone, and how much we care about what people think, and so with the there we go, and we're back baby. And so how much we'll just like, and I feel like we've almost gotten to a point where people are so unexpressive of themselves that they try and be closest to the norm. And so everyone like starts dressing more and more and more the same. Like there's less and less variation. And not by it from a functional standpoint, but just of what's the safest thing I can wear. And so there is a simplicity to that. I'm not going to lie, because it does make things easier and say like wearing the same thing every single day, but wearing the same thing every day that you want to wear, not wearing the same thing every day that is going to even just like, I guess, draw the least attention to yourself. But now I'm going back and forth between like, okay, is there a basicness to clothing that is, yeah, quote unquote safe? But even then, it's not safer because there's no ability to deviate from any sort of perception or any sort of judgment whatsoever. Like it's going to happen for those who need to judge are going to judge, and those who aren't going to need to judge aren't going to judge. And no matter how you act or how you do things or how you live, moment to moment, those who are going to need to judge are going to judge, and those who aren't. And so it doesn't really even matter what you're doing, because what you're doing is going to create certain people who need to judge that thing that you're doing because they don't want to look at it themselves to judge, and those who don't need to do that aren't. So you can't even do anything that is going to mitigate that. Like literally everything you do, how people see you relative to how they see themselves, is going to how they're going to act. So people are always acting entirely authentically based on how they perceive themselves. And so it doesn't even fucking matter at all how you look or what you do or how you act, because everyone's just responding based on how they see themselves. 25 donations, baby. 227. 227. Huh?
It should say 29 donations and over $1,000.
Oh, let's go! Woo! As I get this whole wave of warmth in anticipation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Well, it's about time that, and this is perfect time because my toes. Oh, and yeah, my left leg has fallen asleep. Yeah, didn't even feel that at all. So this is great timing because who knows? And there it goes. It's going
just before hypothermia sets in.
Oh,
Thank you
right
to the community. Thank you to everybody who's donated so far. We're over halfway there. We're over halfway there. We have a little over $700 to go, and that first ticket has been raised. That first ticket has been made for some lucky person to come to one of our retreats. I'm going to be fucking excited about this. I have no idea how quickly this is going to go. We may actually raise another enough for another ticket. But Andrew is going to get off the streets. We're going to wave at him. And by we, I mean me. Hello. And he's going to get inside where it's warm. And then I am going to go for a walk because, of course, it is about that time. And since I'm on Instagram, I can talk about cannabis. Wanted to mention, actually, I've had this running thing going in the bottom of our screen this entire time. One of the points, because there's quite a few on there, and some of them might upset some people, but one of those points is that cannabis has far more benefits than it does consequences. And I stand by that. I stand by that because it is incredible as a plant in so many ways. But often we will get told that, it causes, it's psychological breakdown. It can help, it can exacerbate people who are prone to psychotic breaks. And why are they prone to psychotic breaks? That's the question. Why are they prone to psychotic breaks? It's not necessarily about the cannabis. Like that's an easy blame. In the same way that narcotics are an easy blame for addiction, all right, or opiates are an easy blame for addiction. There's more happening. When somebody's not suffering, they're less likely to become addicted. And so I would say that when it comes down to cannabis as a whole, as a plant, not just cannabis, but hemp, because they're the same plant, there are far more benefits, especially when you start looking at hemp clothing, hemp rope, hemp plastic, hempcrete. You start looking at the fact that hemp sequesters carbon out of the air, like unlike any other fucking plant. It'll clean soil that it's planted in. So if there's soil and it's toxic, the hemp will clean that. So it's an incredible thing. And so people are like, well, yeah, but there are some dangers. There's dangers to everything. There's dangers to drinking too much water too quickly. That doesn't mean that we tell people water is bad for them. It really just comes down to how much are you taking on, how much and all at once. Are you being responsible with it? As always. But this idea that, it's the thing that's the problem really does come back down to a mentality that's irresponsible. And that's why I always find it funny, because as soon as you talk to those people who are like, nope, it's cannabis, that's the problem. That fucker's irresponsible in his own life. That's exactly why they're making the point. It's because it's reflective of how they see the world, that it's not their responsibility. How they respond isn't on them. And so they'll say that's true for everyone else just to validate how they need to fucking live. Are you wrapping up your laptop and going inside, sir?
I am. I'm 2 blocks from my place. So I can stay on, or I can...
Whatever's easier for you, man.
Cool? Okay. Yeah, I'll just stay on. I'll walk with my...
All right. Well, it's good. We can make sure that you're still moving and none of your appendages have frozen. Everybody, can we get a hand for Andrew? Can you tap the like button or whatever it is you're doing on social media and just, give him some encouragement? Motherfucker was out there trying to brave the elements just so we can try and raise some money for a retreat ticket for someone. So we appreciate it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you a view of... This was my view as we were going.
Nice.
This was the what will be infamous newspaper stand that I did brought my computer up on. So
I just love the fact that you brought that chair down with you.
yeah, this is my desk chair. That it was just the kid who had the place before left some things. I haven't gotten anything else yet. So.
We got a salute emoji from Connor, and we got a hug and some sunglasses and a hooray emoji from Amanda. Everybody's celebrating what you've done. Thank you, Andrew. This is great, for sure.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself because
Yeah, you do your thing.
all right, cool. You know what? Is that cool if I log off for a bit?
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, you go.
Are you cool?
Absolutely. Okay. Actually, I know Amanda.
Right.
Amanda, you're in the comment section. You want to jump on to Restream, and you can join me on here while Andrew ventures.
All right. I will.
We'll see you in a
I'll
bit.
talk to you soon.
All right, man.
Thank you, everyone, for the donations and get me inside. See ya.
That was fucking awesome. Wow. I gotta admit, I'm not surprised that Andrew was out on the streets doing his thing. I didn't expect that to happen, but I wasn't surprised. He's been doing a lot more of that lately. He's been doing a lot more of just jumping into shit. He went and did that open mic night the other day or yesterday, which was fantastic. I mean, that takes a hell of a lot in terms of just willingness to put yourself out there. But what was fun about it, or at least from my perspective, was that what you're really recognizing is that you don't lose anything from putting yourself out there. You also don't gain anything. You don't become more, but you do start to see more in terms of your life, in terms of context. And that's really the important part, because the more context you get, the more you start to develop sensitivity, the more that you start to develop some, not idea of what's going on, but rather a feeling of it. And we don't really put too much of our attention into that feeling very often. We superimpose feelings on top of it. It's like, I can feel it's going to happen. It's like, no, you just really want it to happen. But if you were to let go of all that, if you were to recognize why you want or need it to happen, or why you're afraid of something happening, if you were to see all of that and to let it go and to just actually be aware of how you feel now, you would start to develop more of an understanding of what that feeling is telling you. And it's interesting because it's nothing like how we communicate it, because people talk about being an empath or being intuitive, and sometimes that's the case, but sometimes it's just a way of identifying, like, well, I'm an empath. It's like, well, everybody's an empath. People are just really wrapped up in themselves to the point where they don't necessarily know what they're feeling. It's like, oh my God, I feel so anxious in this room. It must be me. Instead of, oh, there's a lot of pressure in this room. There's definitely a tone of like control. There's definitely a tone of fragility, in fact. Right. And so it really does help to understand that when you're not looking for something, then you tend to see what's there. But so often we are looking for something. So often we're looking for what will make us feel better, or will validate the way that we see ourselves. We will look for some solution, right? And it doesn't even have to be a solution so much as the promise of one, a path, something to follow, as always, right? So that said, I want to say thank you to everybody for being here. Obviously, I'm just going to continue to shoot the shit until Andrew does come back. If you have any questions for me, this is definitely the time to ask, because I'm going to be here all night. And as with the first Raw episode after Virginia Beach, I'm kind of wired. I didn't sleep a whole lot last night. I was really quite excited for this, frankly. I don't know if that's why I didn't sleep, but it's definitely a part of what I've been feeling. This is great. I love the fact that we're at a point where we can do this, where we can live stream, where we can have this conversation. And it's going towards the growth of the community, the growth of the podcast, the growth of the conversation, frankly, because that's all that's ever been important to me. The ripple that goes with this, because it's not about understanding anything. It's not about coming to some insight or some conclusion where you're like, now I get it. It's about understanding that there's a perception of the world that is equally valid, that our society doesn't explore largely. It's a perception that has been alluded to through a lot of our spiritual paths, but then it becomes spiritual. And so the perception becomes lost. But that perception is quite simply just this: that as much as you are in the universe, everything is within you. They are both true in that neither are true. But we only exist on the one side. We only exist from the perception of being a meatbot running around a rock that's hurtling through space, separate from everything and needing to survive. And we don't recognize that there is a much more, I guess, intimate connection between what we think and how we feel and everything else. This is something that they were showing in those photos by, I think his last name was Emoto. Basically, he was taking microscopic photos of water droplets. And what he did was, with those water droplets, he asked a Zen Buddhist to meditate on one of them with the focus of love, right? And meditate on another one with the focus of friendship, that kind of thing. And each time the water droplet itself, like on a molecular level, changed. It changed formation. It actually achieved some degree of order. Instead of just looking like a water droplet, it actually looked closer to like a snowflake. And so that was just through focused intention. And again, a Zen Buddhist isn't a Buddhist. Zen is a totally different thing, right? It's very much a practice, ongoing, constantly, all the time. And so that focus was very well refined. But then when you go and you look at the water that was focused on with hatred, where the meditator focused on saying, I hate you, I want to kill you, that water actually takes on a more chaotic tone. That water actually takes on, far more in terms of ugliness. It looks like it's been hated. It looks like hatred itself. I encourage you to go and check out these photos. By the way, the point is, though, is that if that's the case, then there's more to our existence than simply what we're doing physically. There's more to our impact on reality than simply what we're saying or what we're doing in terms of our physicality. Our thoughts, our feelings, our emotions, our perceptions of ourself, our perceptions of everyone have an impact on everything around us all the time. All the time. I think where we tend to go astray is that, we try to figure out what that impact is rather than just focus on the authenticity of its origin. And I have been joined by Amanda. Hello, Amanda. I appreciate you jumping on.
Hi. I was, having fun in the comments, and I saw Andrew was going to do a little bit of walking, so happy to jump in anytime. I am so blown away and, just in awe of all of the donations, but not entirely surprised. It's Andrew, you have survived your journey. Tell us of your recent travels, young warrior.
Yes, I made my way up the stairs. And I love when I start doing an accent and it continues to shift and change, and I'm just gonna let it happen. I'm just gonna let it happen. So I was going up the stairs and up another set of stairs, and then I got to my apartment floor. That's the second floor, but it's called the third floor because the first floor is the zero floor. So I wonder, like, because one's more than zero, but it's on zero when it's in a building, and then the 14th floor is actually the 13th floor, but no one wants to call it that because it's bad to live on the 13th floor, and they couldn't actually sell any apartments on the 13th floor. But the 14th floor is the 13th floor, and it always is. We just don't call it that. But it still is the 13th floor. Like, you're still living on the 13th floor. So anyway, I made my way up the stairs, not the 13th floor, but the second floor. And I got to my room. My room. It is one room. It's an apartment, but it's also a room. Yeah, this is my room. But it's also an apartment. And then I took a little piss, and then I set up my computer, and then I turned this on, and here I am. And that was my journey to my apartment up the New York City streets.
Well, it was a quick journey. We appreciate how fast that happened. I'm going to get a photo of the water droplets that I was talking about. For anybody who was asking, the name of the person is Masaru Emoto.
I'm going to need context on the water droplets. Masaru Emoto. I'm going to set up my mic here so the sound is coming through. All righty. I can keep going. Amanda, welcome back.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, I lost internet connection. The internet gods are obviously furious with me. You know, we must sacrifice another digital lamb to the gods and hope that the odds turn over in my favor. Oh my God. We used to be a lot more active, you know, with our worshiping of the gods. You know, it's so lackluster now. At least back in the day, we had a lot more enthusiasm for our rituals. Now it's just so blah, no pizzazz anymore. What's the point?
We really just lost interest when we gave up human sacrifice. Stop being so fucking challenging, you know? So I am uploading this water document so that way you can all take a look at it, and then I'll explain to Andrew what the hell I'm talking about. Here we go. Okay, I wonder if I can change how this orients. Can I change how this orients? Oh, aha! There we go. Okay, so these are water droplets underneath a microscope, and each one of them has been meditated on by a Buddhist monk with a different intention. And so the water droplet has actually changed form according to the intention of somebody who actually just focused on it. And you can see at the top is thank you, and then wisdom and truth, eternal. You can see how all of these create very organized crystalline patterns that are really quite beautiful. But then when you start looking at, you know, you fool, you make me sick, evil, right? Those are all very, very chaotic. Those are almost as if somebody's committed violence to it, right? And then they show you two pictures, polluted water before and after a prayer by that Zen Buddhist. It's important to remember that Zen Buddhists don't pray. They do focus. You know, it's a different kind of prayer. They're not praying to a god by any means. But this is what our mind does to water. This is what our mind does to water outside of our body. Imagine what we do to the water inside of our body, of which we are mostly water.
Holy shit. We are mostly water. And even the water in the ocean and all of it, like so much of life has water involved in it in some way, shape, or form. But holy fucking shit. Like how much everything is that sort of expression, like, you know, language being just another way to express yourself, things that you do, things that you say. And then of course there's this sort of cycle of things that you think and then what you express, and round and round. And holy shit, I've seen those before, like the intention. Well, not even in like a water bottle that has it on the label, something it'll still adapt to that, which is kind of insane. Like, it's fascinating.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have a lot of impact, and we know that. You know, we had a whole manifestation series on this at the workshops available to anybody who's interested on the website. But just to show you that, you know, even holding a banana with our intention on the banana changes what happens to that banana in terms of its decomposition, right? Instead of it decomposing and turning all slimy, it'll mummify, right, or petrify. Why is that? Why is something as simple as just changing our intention while we look and hold that banana something that actually modifies what it does? You know, and that's the thing, is that this is something beyond what we understand. We don't get it. We don't get it, and we don't want to, because it implies that perhaps we are actually fucking things up in a way that we don't even know. You know, because somebody asked, they were this was just in the chat section. Hold on. Julia, if water can be impacted by intentions and we're made up of mostly water, how much would you say that our intentions and vibration can impact the world around us? It's not just us that's made up of mostly water. It's the whole planet. Right? And so it really comes down to the fact that, what do we mean by me? You know, we're all vibrating all the time. All of us, all the time. It just goes to show you, though, that when we receive ripples, we have an opportunity to transmute those ripples. When we receive negativity, we can cleanse that shit by just not taking it personally. And that changes the ripple that leaves us. This is literally all of our power, is to take all of the shit that we're fed and turn it into gold.
Yeah, it's how you break the cycle, or at least that's what it seems like it's implying, is that the cycle of detachment, or the cycle of not paying attention, the cycle of anger or blaming, whatever it is, whatever energy that you get, whatever vibration you get, you can end that cycle, or you can amplify it and make it bigger, because you've added more energy and time and attention towards that particular direction or intention. And it's just a lot of different words just implying that it's the observer and the observed are not separate. And so what the observer is feeling and embodying is is reflected in the observations, in the observed. That's so fucking cool to be able to see that. Like, it's just another way to just say that it's not just all copy and paste, even though there's been a lot of that.
Straight up. And for anybody interested, there's a whole book on the photography of Masaru Emoto. And it goes more into like why the photographs are taken, like the whole thing that happened behind it. The photographs themselves are spectacular, but if you want to get more into it, I highly recommend that you do. It's kind of like, you know, that scale of consciousness that everybody keeps referring to. You've seen that scale of consciousness, right? Where it shows the different levels of energy. No one knows where the fuck that came from. Like, it's just so funny. Like, you'll see it all the time in spiritual conversations, and yet nobody knows that came from a muscle testing study. You know, like they just saw it. They're like, oh, look, that's interesting, without looking at exactly like what it's pointing out. And this is why they're like, I am at a 400. It's like, when? You know, you're making it overly simplified for the sake of it making you feel good. You know, and so it's really important to recognize that. Like, and because even with the water droplets, remember, Zen Buddhist. This is not your average person who goes to work 9 to 5, thinks about what they're going to watch later on. This is a person who spends all of their time being very aware of all of the shit they could potentially get lost in. So when they're focused on something, they're really focused on it. They're really focused on it. Now, that's not to say that we don't have the same impact. It's just we don't have the same focus. But that said, what does that mean to have that focus? It just means a lack of shit that you get distracted in, that you feed your energy into, that you're willing to invest in because you know it goes in a fucking circle. All of that comes out of your focus. And once you stop investing in all of those light bulbs, the ones that remain start to brighten. And that's very much the point. So back to your question, a lot. How much impact do I think we have in the world? A lot. A lot, because we're the world. We're the world. And when I say we, I mean you.
Yeah, straight up. And so everything that we do, every variation of thing that we give our attention to has that ripple and has that impact. And, you know, the more focus that gets on outside of yourself, just involvement in what you're doing, and in focusing on where you're at and what's going on, you know, it's like that's going to amplify everything about your experience is going to be amplified based on what you give attention and focus to. And so, yeah, it makes sense that, you know, there's the ability, you know, if we are made out of that much water to have sway on whatever's going on around us. And if nothing is disconnected or divided, and as we start to recognize that more and more, you know, that we are each other even, and entirely alone in that, you know, yeah, it things are going to change quick once we realize that. And
I was thinking about how people are like will sometimes fantasize about like this utopian world, like this beautiful world, and it's like, yeah, but what is so different from that world to this world? Like the fact that everybody just happens to be doing the same thing that no one's pissed about. Because like the last time I checked, like in a utopian world, that still would be on Earth, right? So we would still have the same like fucking ingredients. It would have the same combination of this world, this tainted dominion, this tainted world. It's like technically the utopian world we fantasize about would still be on planet Earth. So it just doesn't feel like it's all that different. Oh, that's right. Ray is going on a walk. So he has, I imagine,
down the
switching devices.
there it is. Yeah.
Ray,
And to your point with the ingredients, like whatever we think could be, or this, you know, utopian thing, it's like we've always just had the tools that we have, you know, things that at our disposal, us being ourselves, you know, us being fully involved in that. And the more you realize that you are your entire experience, the more attention you're going to start paying it, and the more involved you're gonna be in each and everything that you do. And yeah, and then that informs, you know, your whole experience and how you're doing with things, and like how much energy and attention you do give to the experience that you're having. So yeah.
oh yeah. And how when like sometimes you meet a new person, it feels like you're living in a different world. But are you? But so like so many and so like the easy example is like you meet someone and like you like them, right? And so spending time with them feels like you've jumped into this new world, but you haven't actually jumped into this new world. It just feels like a different world because you're showing up differently, because the person you're hanging out with is acting differently than the world that you live in your mind. So you know, so that's why, you know, so many people, I as well, like love the retreats, and I love hanging out with some old friends of mine, because it feels like the minute that I'm hanging out with them, the minute that I'm at the retreat, it feels like we've just created our own world. And yet we haven't gone anywhere. We haven't actually changed anything. It's not like we all of a sudden got a delivery from the fucking universe, out of the skies drop this box of like new electrons to build a new world with. Like no, it just, but somehow it feels like a new world or a new experience just because you're with people that are in a different mindset than you're so used to. So I just love how you can feel like you're living in a new world, but you actually haven't left.
Yeah. And you haven't left at all. And yet it does feel entirely different, because like even as we move through things, like we'll have this idea of being in the world, but like we don't even see the whole world as we're going. Like, yeah, we're on Earth, but like your entire quote unquote world is your environment and your experience. And so like as you go, it's always changing, and it's always going to be reflective of you, your surroundings. And it's like you can start to feel like, okay, this, I'm outgrowing this situation, this environment. And it start, you know, the thought of, yeah, no, it's time for sure. And yeah, and things just have a way of making sense as you go, and the more attention you're paying to what's going on, it's like the more you start valuing your experience here and now, and that being kind of like the all and everything of what you're doing. Like you're being yourself as you go, but like being able to just be that and like just follow whatever you're doing, not take yourself so seriously as you go. It's like, yeah, it's like there isn't anything else you want necessarily. Rot. Rot, what up?
That was actually absolutely deliberate. I just walked over and decided to flush the toilet beside the phone.
Oh, perfect time. A question just rose to the surface.
Put it onto the top here.
Right.
Insights on how you have been living a quote unquote mirrored life. Was that insight helped along with shroomies, or did it just happen? Both, neither. Yeah, it happened. I've taken mushrooms, but it doesn't mean that there's like what impacted taking the mushrooms, and so back and forth we go. And yeah, the mirrored one is, I mean, it's just, I don't know. Does it come from mushrooms? Is it just me being me, doing my thing? It's like mushrooms will help strip down some of those false certainties and whatnot, and ways you see things, or shift maybe a little bit of your perspective of the world. But then it's on you to take it in and take it on and whatnot. And so as you go, it's like whatever insights are happening, arising, like they're all there if you're willing to pay attention and question some of those assumptions, and just actually be involved in your experience, not for anyone else, but just be willing to, look to yourself and trust yourself. Ray is now outside. What is up? We have switched environments here.
We have. It is, yeah, it's way nicer here, man. I gotta tell you, my weather is far nicer. I'm just throwing that at you.
Just rubbing my nose with all that Celsius, huh? I see how it is.
That's right. That's right. Hey, man, like I said, spent most of my young life amidst the snow. I've served my time. I am happy to live on an island where I have seen 4 days of snow like all winter. It's fantastic. But yeah, we're taking a walk. All right, hold on a second. Came out here for a reason. So. Hello, Instagram. It's tobacco, really. I promise.
Yeah. Which is way healthier.
Yeah, we're not testing anything. Oh my goodness! But Andy,
I just want to throw another shout out to everyone. I just want to mention, remember, we're still raising funds. So if you can help out, we're trying to raise money for somebody to come to one of our retreat tickets. There's the link right there. Or you can go to dualisticunity.com/donate, and that will take you to the GoFundMe page. We are over halfway there already, and so your help is greatly appreciated, especially by the person who will receive that ticket, because they wouldn't be able to come to the retreat otherwise. So it means a lot to them, because I know it would have meant a lot to me. This is the thing I think nobody recognizes, and why this means so much to me. When I woke up, there was nothing like this. There was no Dualistic Unity podcast. There was nobody having this conversation in an honest way without making it about them. There's no community like this. No community that immediately didn't turn to be, something that was profit-centric. Because to do this takes a lot of work. You really have to be honest with yourself about how much need you have to be looked at, to be, looked up to feel in control, to feel like you're saving anyone. To let that go and see whatever this is come to be. It's incredible for me. Each and every day, I get emotional about it. Like I spent 20 years going, well, where the fuck? There's got to be some place. And I would go to spiritual centers. I would go to churches. I'd go to synagogues. I would go to anything where they were saying, we're going to have an enlightened and aware conversation. And I always ended up finding it came to a wall where it's like, yeah, but we don't want to go farther than this because it doesn't feel good. And so to see this honest conversation where, you know, the intention is strength far more than comfort, it inspires me, you know, every day. And so I know if it were me 20 years ago and I came across Dualistic Unity, I wouldn't have been able to afford a ticket. And so, you know, for so many people to come out and pitch $5, $10, $25, whatever they can pitch to make it possible for me to have that experience would mean the world. It would mean the world. So I just want to say to everybody who has donated, or even if you're just thinking about donating, it makes a big ripple. It might not seem like you're doing much, but enough pebbles make an avalanche, you know?
Yeah. Amen. It's not about even what's happening here right now, anything that we're pushing, it's just about you. Like, it's just about whatever you're doing and being fully focused and involved in that wholeheartedly. And, you know, to have a situation which you can do that, let go of your needs and all those things that you always thought that you would need. Like, you don't need anything anything at all outside of yourself, and taking that in wholeheartedly and seeing that is yeah, it's beautiful and freeing in a lot of ways, and intense as well. So
But again, relatively, right? Like it's intense relative to the numbness that you've gotten used to. Right? Like that's the whole thing. It's, you know, it's kind of like being awake is intense compared to being asleep. And that's very much it. It's not that it's actually intense, it's just that, you know, we don't have much tolerance. And it's just because we haven't spent much time actually being in reality. We've spent most of our life hiding in an idea of reality.
yeah, straight up in a fucking idea what we thought things were going to be, or what we were thinking, like we're in control at all whatsoever. And yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you.
Those ideas made me feel better, damn it. I love playing devil's advocate, where I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take the stance of, you know what? I do have expectations. I absolutely make judgments. I like my ideas, damn it. I made them. They were custom made for me, sir. And they add tremendous weight. So fuck, man. I'm getting ripped. You know, silver lining.
Custom made, and they still chafe. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Getting those reps in. Getting those reps. Oh gosh.
Well, this is why it's important, not like, and I know, like, the person who was on the Raw episode this morning, and that I had to say the other day, like, you got to get off the Discord. Like, you're just using this to self-satisfy. Like, it's really important to recognize, like, I feel where that person's coming from. I get it. And they're like, you know, if only you'd give me a chance to show you my true intention. The entire need to show me that intention is what I understand. You know, I know where that comes from. It comes from you not really knowing your intention. You need other people to validate it. They need to know you in order for you to know you. Right? And so I empathize. On the other hand, Empathy also means recognizing what actually worked when I was at that point, or if you've never been at that point, what would work if you were at that point. And it's certainly not somebody giving in to what you want. It's not somebody making you feel better. It's not somebody, continuing to go, no, you go ahead. You can shit just right there in the middle of my living room floor. You go right ahead. We'll just clean that up. No complaints. I mean, it's not your fault. You're just going through shit. Fact is, they can go outside and shit. They can find another room to shit in. They're still going to go through it. But once they've gotten over the urge to shit on the floor, they're welcome to come back and hang out. But it's just that. I'm going to be here, I'm going to shit on the floor. And then you're like, why are you shitting on the floor? What are you talking about? I'm not shitting on the floor. It's like, it's right fucking there. It's right there. Like, you can actually read the thread. There's a whole chronicle of you crapping on the floor. And it's not for lack of empathy. This is the hardest thing, I think. And it really, it's something that makes the spiritual community so dangerous. People think spiritual, they think otherworldly. And when they think otherworldly, they think a cessation of worldly pain, a cessation of worldly suffering. And that is unfortunately where people get caught up. Is they're like, oh, it's a spiritual conversation, therefore, we're all love, we're all in this together. And it's like, yeah, we're all in this together, with all of our bullshit included. So while it might sound wonderful, and it is, it's also complex and nuanced. It's not a one-sided thing to be all one. It's dualistic to be all one. And I think that's the point, is that we can't just deal with one another in a tried and true, quote unquote, spiritual or quote unquote positive way, or even in a quote unquote empathetic way, because that is not something that exists as a concept. That is something that exists as a response in the moment only. As soon as you have a concept of empathy, that's not empathy. Because now you're trying to use that concept, which is all about you. So there's empathy. Really, it's just about being where you are, and really listening. But in order to listen, you need to be able to know how much noise you're making over top and why.
It's a great question. Why we make the noise on top that we do. It's not any side, one or the other, on any of those fucking spectrums.
Right? Like sometimes I remember the feeling so vividly of like shouting in a room because I wanted to be heard, but I wasn't really sure what I wanted to say. But I definitely wanted to be heard. What I would say, we'll figure that out once we have the mic. Once we have the mic, and I know for sure everybody's listening, then we'll figure out what we have to say. But I just had this desire to be heard because I wanted to be seen, because I wanted to be valuable. I wanted to have some validation. I wanted to mean something. And then it was just learning that trying to convince someone that I meant something to them without even knowing what I meant to me was like screaming for silence. It makes no sense. But I still did it, because I thought that was the best thing. But being that I thought that was the best thing, that led to me trying and that plan imploding enough time for me to go, maybe that isn't the best thing. But but that's a part of it too, just trying and it not going the way that you expect, and adapting, and then seeing how much you can take, seeing how strong you are, seeing how many reps you could put in, more than you ever thought. But you'd never know that unless you actually were in the shit and were in that moment of uncomfortable growth. So all those shitty plans led to realizing, I think I know what a shitty plan looks like now. Thank goodness that I believe so hardly in my shitty plans. Like, thank goodness.
And you realize how you know, you go through certain experiences and have certain plans, and it's never what you think it's going to be. You know, those plans are never actually going to give you the thing that you think they're going to give you, no matter what, no matter how you think it should feel or how you should feel. It's irrelevant, and we'll hold on to some concept, something, just because it's always been that way. Just because I've always done something doesn't guarantee anything at all. Any story, any situation doesn't do the thing that we think.
So I have to say this because there's a comment that addresses it. Quite, you seem so sad. So what I think is really funny is that listening to you, because you're going through all of these realizations. Andrew specifically, I'm talking to you, and as you go through them, it's kind of like you've been wrung out to dry, or hung out to dry. You're just kind of like, yeah, I got nothing left. It's just, you're just kind of exhausted with it. But if you'll notice that the things that you're saying right now are very much the things that I normally say. The only difference is I don't sound so sad about it. And it's because I choose to laugh at it. I choose to look at it as absurd rather than tiresome. Because it is. It's absurd. And if I'm going to do anything, I may as well react to it in a way that I like, that I enjoy, and that doesn't cause any conflict. Because that's the thing, I'm not shirking responsibility. I'm not in denial of the realities of duality, of pain and suffering, and heartache and loss. Those are all very real things to everybody who holds on to perceptions that make them more real. These are all experiences that we have, and I don't discount any of that. That doesn't mean I have to take it personally. If it's not personal, then this is just an experience. And if this is just an experience, then that's on me. There is no definition of what that experience should be. It changes from moment to moment to moment. And I can choose to make it heavy, or I can choose to keep it light. And by keeping it light, that doesn't mean, again, avoiding anything. It means just recognizing that putting pressure on myself to be something more does nothing except make me feel like less. The alternative is to just enjoy my life. And that's the hardest thing about it, you know. It's funny because that's the trick. This is where everybody gets caught, is that we do all the work to question our assumptions. We do all the work, you know, to become aware, and then all of a sudden we're like, well, now what? Enjoy yourself. But nobody can give you permission to do that. Nobody can give you permission to do that. Nobody can tell you to take it light. Nobody can say, if you do this, it'll be light. Because there is no if, then. It really comes down to you and your choice. How heavy do you want it to be? And it can be that. That's all it has ever been, in fact. You know, it's just that, again, you know, we want somebody to tell us, and you can enjoy yourself now. We want somebody to say, like, you've done good. Now you can relax. And with nobody there to do that, we really have to take it on ourselves. And it's so funny how resistant we are to that. It's so funny how hesitant we are to do that. And again, of necessity, we grew up with parents. You know, we learn to look outside of ourselves. We learn to look up to other people. And so we always look for that approval. But that's part of maturity, is realizing that, you know, there's no one to approve of your life. It's your life. Nobody has the context to even judge it.
No one, not a single person can tell you you're doing anything the right or the wrong way. And got me vibrating over here in a lot of ways. And I'm hearing you. because you grow up feeling relatively comfortable about things. It doesn't mean you're comfortable. It doesn't mean that you're actually comfortable at all. And we just deny that fact over and over and over, saying, no, this is comfortable now. Still not, no matter what. It's inescapable unless you're willing to take it on yourself. See that this is all just you. It's all just me. And you're just reflecting that back. We're always just reflecting that back to ourselves. What does that sign say down there?
I know it reads backwards for us. Ray, read it, please. Puff, puff, pass is all I heard. No, I was kidding. Years of smoking clearly have conditioned my brain. All clouds of cannabis.
Yeah. I don't
Only
like
the
that.
good clouds.
No.
We call those the chronic clouds. No. Oh my goodness. Because yeah, fuck man. Even when somebody tells you, even when somebody tries to give you permission, like you can do this, I believe in you, this is amazing. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna shit all over that empowerment parade. You know, so it really does have to be, it really does come from them. It is always us. You know, it's even if somebody gives you a judgment, it usually only stings if you agree with it. You know, because somebody's like, you know what, you're a terrible whistler, but you're a great whistler. You're gonna be like, I don't care if you tell me I'm horrible at it. Like I know that I know that I enjoy it. I know that it's great. But if someone says that you're a bad student, or you're a bad daughter, or you're a bad son, or you're a bad friend, and you believe that shit stings. It always comes back to us. You know, even though it looks like you bought that idea from someone else, like you truly sold it to yourself first, at least, and then they became your new supplier after that, that you gave them full credit for. But it's so funny that we're so powerful and so helpless at the same time. And for me, those ideas always conflicted. I was like, so I can destroy my life, I can destroy my potential, but I have no ability to live my dreams. How is it that I'm so powerful in one direction but fucking helpless in the other direction? Like it just didn't make sense. It's like either I have the capacity to build and destroy my whole experience, or I have no power and I'm just at the mercy of the fucking universe. And it just never felt like I was completely at the mercy of anything but my ideas, you know, anything other than my perception of what I thought I could or what I thought I couldn't do.
Yeah, and it's like when you start taking more responsibility. I mean, just taking responsibility for your experience being experience itself, being reality itself. It's like there's a way that it goes, there's a flow. There's a flow to things, and we keep our opinions and preferences in the way of that flow, thinking that we can escape it somehow. And I've done that in many ways throughout my life, for sure. I mean, so much of my life in that, speaking in a big way, what I have to say, what I really actually have to say. I try and keep that at bay.
Mm-hmm.
Little poet action there, but it's like that whole fucking concept ain't me. There's no guarantees of anything. outside of just where I'm at right now. So I don't have to hold on to much of anything outside of right now and myself right now.
Yeah. But it's really useful, all those years of doing that, though, because now we know now we have a better, we have more sensitivity, right? It's not that I can say I know something, but I feel confident saying I've developed a sensitivity to be able to see, like, oh shit, I'm holding a brick and some cement. Fuck, man, we're building a wall. Damn it, I'm really good at this, but I know my craftsmanship. I know my work. That's got the fucking Amanda construction seal on it. Fuck, man, I'm building another wall, and I know what it sounds like when someone else is building a wall. I know what it sounds like when someone else is judging, because I still judge. I still have insecurities, and it's I don't feel like I am cursed. You are cursed to endure the insecurities of infinity. No, no, say it isn't so. Say it isn't so. What can I do? How many lambs do I have to sacrifice? I'll do it. I'll do anything. Name your price, damn it. Name your price. I can unburden myself from these insecurities. It's like, no, but I know what they sound like, and they feel like an old friend, which is fucked up in another way for me, like, because I'm like, I thought that they were enemies. I thought that these thoughts and feelings and insecurities and doubts were enemies, and they were old fucking companions that were always trying to signify what I was holding on to, were always giving me hints as to what I was measuring myself up against, right? They were giving me a huge fucking hint to how I was breaking out the measuring tape and measuring myself. Okay, 2 inches across, 5 inches down. It's official. We're not enough. The measurements are back, guys. like I know what it feels like to hold the measuring tape, but I'm like, shit, damn, that's a familiar way. I look down. Damn it, how did you get back there? I put you down. Damn it.
I thought I rid myself of you years ago. Oh, yet you
I vanished thee, damn it. I never want to see thy face again. I was like, yeah, but fuck, man, this is a really cool tool to measure things with. I just don't always have to measure my fucking self.
Exactly. Oh my God. The ways we fucking measure ourselves. It's like, yeah, you can use it in all sorts of ways. It's a fantastic tool for having experience, but yeah, never going to guarantee anything about you whatsoever. And that's it's helpful to recognize that it's never going to do any good at all. That idea that you can know how you're doing, you can be in control even, but we'll create a crazy ass fucking experience and world on the assumption that we can, and just how far we can get from the reality of what's actually going on is fascinating.
Ray the Phantom has disappeared once more. We shall see him on the morrow. No, I think the morrow's like a week. That's too long. I've got to learn some new medieval lingo.
Tomorrow on the morrow.
I thought that meant a week. I gotta. You know what? Now's a great time to learn. I'm gonna check this out.
We got time. Find out for us. Appreciate it, man. Amanda's checking out if we're gonna if on the morrow is in reference to tomorrow or next week, over tomorrow. Yeah, but
it does mean tomorrow. It does mean tomorrow.
I feel like phonetically that makes sense. But you never know. You never
know. And I'm glad I checked. I'm glad I was okay being uncertain.
Yeah. There you go. Open to new experiences and learn new stuff. And yeah, what's the other one? 407 years ago, the Abraham Lincoln speech. What is score? Score is, I think, 20 years. So 407 years ago was 87 years ago. But yeah, it's interesting. There's a sort of flow to everything that's happening and going on, especially like even when you're talking, like when you're not thinking so much about how you're talking, starting to realize like, oh, there's something happening here, and it doesn't really have to do with me at all, my opinions or my assumptions about what's going on. And there's sort of an ease to even tapping into the flow of what's being said or stated. It takes self-honesty, and then you tap more into the flow of what's going on. The more honest with yourself you are. Ray's back, still on the move.
I'm still on the move. Yeah, I was hoping to give you guys a better shot of that waterfall, but the Wi-Fi took a shit, and so or the wireless network couldn't connect it. I was too deep down amidst the rocks. So I'm walking back towards civilization. It's been a fun walk though. How are we doing? Anybody else been donating in the last little bit? Just want to remind everybody, we are doing today's live stream / marathon for the sake of raising funds for somebody's retreat ticket. Somebody who would not otherwise be able to come to the retreat, but very much deserves to do so, just because of all the work they've been doing in their life. And all of the quiet work they've been doing without any complaint about not being able to come to these retreats. So it is very much appreciated. And if you can make that donation, just go to dualisticunity.com/donate or use the QR code that's on the screen.
We have just had a new donation in the last 30 seconds. So we are at 30 donations.
Woo.
And over, I think we are at,
we're over $1,000 now.
Yes, 1,081. So we are close to our first 1,100.
Closing in fast. That means what? We have about 600 left? 700, but 700 left. That is fantastic, everyone. Well done. Holy shit, this is going so well. And this is the first time we've managed to do this kind of a walkabout live stream where Andrew got to freeze in the streets and I got to take you into a bit of my backyard. This is very close to my house on Vancouver Island, by the way. It's this beautiful park right in the middle of the city. It's gorgeous. If it wasn't for the fact that I lost my Wi-Fi, I would have taken you all farther in. But if you ever come out to my neck of the woods, I will be happy to meet up with you and show you around, because there's a lot of really beautiful stuff out here. And, you know, there's the ocean front, there's the forests, there's the trails, there's a lot. So it's nice to be able to share that with everyone.
Yeah, it's a beautiful area over there. Really, really quite nice. And yeah, I mean, not even getting snow for that many days out of the winter is exciting. And yeah, man, I mean, things keep going haywire as they are. Who knows what's going to play out, but Vancouver Island doesn't seem like the worst place to chill for a bit. And you know,
oh my god, I love the island. Oh man, we're gonna have, so the plan, of course, as most people on the Patreon channel know, is to eventually get a full-time retreat center. To start with one, and in that retreat center, not only have a retreat, but of course, housing for people who want to work at the lodge, all of which would get paid. It's not like you're going there and living for free. It's not a commune. This works very differently. Everybody is working. They're doing their thing. But on the other hand, it's a very different type of work. Then we have a cannabis microcultivation center that we want to build on that property. And then we want to bring in a psychedelic assisted therapist, because you can do that here on Vancouver Island with the approval of Canada Revenue, or not Canada Revenue, Health Canada. All you have to do is just be declared a psychedelic assisted therapy center. And that actually doesn't take much in the way of licensing fees and whatnot. So then we do that, build some geodesic domes, start showing how to use alternative energies, start showing how, something like this can be built, how it can work, how it can generate income to continue to sustain it and to continue to push out further ripples, because of course there's all kinds of stuff that you can do with a chunk of land. And then once that's done, just keep replicating it. But Vancouver Island is my favorite location because, frankly, you're surrounded by bush and you're right on the ocean. You want to get a Dualistic Unity boat so we can all take a retreat on our boat? Here's the perfect location. You can go all the way down the coast of California and beyond if you want. Or you can go across to Japan.
Well, Japan, Japanese retreat boat trip right there. Long boat ride. I have no idea how long that boat ride is.
It'd be a long ride. It'd be a very long ride. I would do it just for the historical significance. People don't tend to think about, how long it took to get from one place to another. People travel for months, and some of them wouldn't survive. It's really important to remember it was really hard to travel from one continent to another once upon a time.
Yeah, like it was a hell of a journey. Like holy shit! Like the development, like how much we can forget where everything came from.
Mm-hmm.
It came from and where we came to, and that pendulum swinging, it swings with you, swings with me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I am almost back home.
Awesome. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe by then we'll have a retreat center in Japan. And just sail from Vancouver Island to the
like I said,
there for a bit.
There is no reason that. See, when I say retreat center, I really to me, it's just a chunk of land, and what you're doing there is you're reflecting the mentality of the people that are caretakers to that land. But there's a lot that goes into that, and so it's not really so much a retreat center so much as an opportunity to try something other than the societal template for things. To actually have people in a mentality where they know they're working together for a reason, not that they're each working for their own reasons, but in the same direction, which is totally different. It's kind of like the early states. There was a big focus on liberty, like I was saying, about progress, about humanity changing the way they live. The Industrial Revolution and all that. There was a vision, and it's communicated clearly in a lot of historical speeches. There was a vision for how we can live together. We lack that vision. We've more or less just settled for what was built before, except for where we have complaints and we're like, modify that.
We don't want to look at where it's all coming from, and those roots, where it all stems from. We want to just look at the fucking leaves on the tree, the surface of what makes us feel good and just feel better about things, instead of seeing where that discomfort inherently comes from immediately.
Yep.
How fascinating it is that we're at this stage right now where there is the talks of even a different mentality entirely. So there's nothing about society, the world as it is right now, that could indicate anything about anything that we're doing right now. It's a different mentality. And fuck yeah, 1146. Let's fucking 30 seconds. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you. Holy shit.
Fuck yeah.
That's amazing. We're gonna get there. It's gonna happen very soon. And I'm very excited. And then we'll push on towards the second ticket.
Why not?
Well, admittedly, we expected this to go far slower than it has, and I've just been blown away. And I want to say again, thank you, everyone. Thank you. It means more than you know. These moments, and I think we all know it. We all know that those brief moments for you rest, have some space, feel like you can breathe, where you're not just dealing with the next thing, the next fear, the next task, the next obligation. You just have space to just breathe, be you. And we all know how important those moments are, and how valuable, because it's in those moments that we actually have a chance to kind of look at our life and reassess, or even just celebrate how much we've done. But those moments are invaluable. They're more valuable than they're what we work for. That's the funniest part about it. Is like when people are struggling to make money, it's not just for food and a house. It's so they can have food and a house and a brief moment of respite, a brief moment where they can just exhale and go, and that's really it. And it means so much. And so you are giving somebody that. These mini retreats, they're dope. It's 4 nights, like Thursday night to Monday morning. And right from the very start, it is the most welcoming, relaxed environment. There's no expectations. There's no schedule. There's none of that crap. There's a pool table. There's a hot tub if you want to use it. Dope area to walk around in. There's a lot of people that are there to work on themselves. They're there for the very same reason that you are. It's an amazing thing to witness. And I say that, being somebody who helped organize them, and that's the funniest part about them, is that they shock me. Consistently, they shock me. These events are amazing. Now, that said, I'm back home, so I'm going to switch the screen, and I will see you in a minute.
Sounds great. Amanda, how you doing?
Doing good, keeping the QR codes coming.
On them like white on rice.
Oh my God, I love rice. And it's not just because I'm Spanish. I grew up in a Spanish household and I was exposed to a lot of it. Rice loves us as much as we love it. It's mobile, it goes in burritos. You can have it by itself. It's a breakfast, lunch, dinner. There's rice pudding. It has entered the dessert realm. Oh my goodness. Bear. We got a special guest visitor.
Oh, it's so funny with cats. I didn't even realize that cats could be like, you could get close to one and pet it. When I was younger, my grandma had a cat, and it always hissed whenever you got close to it. And so I straight up didn't even think cats said meow, but they said hiss. If someone would ask me what a cat does, I wouldn't say meow. I would say hiss. And that, even to this day, like petting a cat like that, I'm like, well, that's not something you can do with cats, because I have this like deeper. In my initial experience with cats was that they were aggressive and like mean and angry beings. And so yeah, it's cool for that to shift. I think good chance I'll get a cat at some point. I always thought dog, but like cats are fucking cool and they're intelligent as shit. And that's something I want to dive into a bit for sure. There's so many things to learn out there, to dig into, start to realize that there's nowhere to get, there's nothing to become, there's nothing you have to do. And yet the more you're willing to see that you are what is, that I am what is, the more, again, things have a way of making sense and playing out. And yeah, it's exciting, it's insane and incredible and beautiful, and yeah, it's unbelievable in a lot of ways that this is even something that is happening right now, whether it's this live stream raising money for our next retreat and all of that, or just the obvious shifts in reality, in our mentality, in all the different ways, and starting to see things more and more as symbolic. It's like everything's symbolic of where we're at, from what we do to what we think about to what we focus on. it's all very much reflective and indicative of where we're at and what we're doing. So yeah, it's exciting that this is a thing, that I am a thing that's playing out.
Like I said, it's exciting, like learning to swim, right? It means it's terrifying too. That's kind of the whole point. Like and I think that that's what we haven't really experienced in a really long time, to a very large degree, is the the experience of a new world, of a new reality. Like, everything has always been built on what we've learned before and what we've done before and what we've memorized before, and all of a sudden now we're coming back to that clean slate of, no, everything's different all the fucking time, right? And it's like I'm learning how to live again. And it's just because I wasn't really living before. I was living within an artificial environment. My cat's really trying to get my attention. Give me a second.
Oh man, the artificial environment, been feeling that for sure. And this thing that, you feel like you can attach to, even your life, right? Like what you think that is, what you think that means. It's like not that either, even. And yeah, the amount of the ways that we think that we can hold on to whatever we think we are is fascinating. And to be able to trick ourselves into believing that we're not reality, and everything that means, because it's not whatever you're thinking about, whatever you think, whatever idea you think that means. It's just what it is. Well, it's just what it is.
Which is you. And whatever you're choosing to do with that. That's the fun part. Like I said, that's why I laugh. What is everything. But it's also you. What do you want to embody? Because everything is a perception of what is. Right? And you are the embodiment of that perception. But to recognize that no perceptions are what is to recognize there's no point in fighting. There's no conflict. There's no war. There's nothing to control. There's no point in trying to be more. And so the only reasonable response to that is just to relax. Just to relax. That's really all it is. And it's so funny because it's like we almost we almost miss the nice cerebral conversation of how to get to the here and now. And then all of a sudden it's not there anymore. And it's not that the conversation's not there anymore, it's that you recognize it's not the point. So then all that's left is going out and doing shit. Like you going to open mic night. Right? Like that's you doing shit. Did you feel happy all the time? No. Not in any way whatsoever. Did you feel happy some of the time? Absolutely. When you look back at it, do you look to yourself and go, wow, I did that shit? Yeah, it feels nice. Are you going to take that too seriously? No. But the point is that you can overcomplicate shit to the point where you never enjoy anything, where everything always has that weight. And it's like, there's so much existential stuff that's happening. It's like, no, you're just sitting there. And while it's true, all of that stuff could be thought about, you don't have to. I mean, we do. We have a job where we talk about this stuff. But even then, straight up, I want to say there is no requirement to get into this deep, cerebral, intellectual, philosophical fucking shit at all. At all. You know it. Amanda knows it. Most of the people who've been in our Patreon groups know it. It's just that it's tempting to, because we start to think that's the point of DU. You start to think that DU is synonymous with thinking about mind-blowing things, and God, I hope not. Because it shouldn't be. DU should be synonymous with, I don't know, spending your time doing something. Like, it should be just that. It should be leisurely. Leisurely. It's not a class. It's not a course. It's not a path. It's not a teaching. You know, it's just a conversation. And that conversation comes from a state of we have nothing else to do except be here now. Right? It's funny. Somebody's like, you seem so sad. And somebody's like, it's the weed. It's not the weed. It's what happens when you're aware. It's what happens when you're aware. It's just that people run from it. I feel sad. I don't like that. Nothing says you have to react to it. You know, awareness goes part and parcel with feeling joy and sadness at the same time, because they are, you know, equal opposites. They're part of one another, right? And the more joy you want to feel, the more sadness you have to open yourself up to as a possibility. The happier you are, the more you're going to lose. You're going to feel sad for losing that, right? So they're both extremes. Again, raising one's awareness is not raising one's awareness of just the shit you like. Raising your awareness is raising your awareness. And then looking at your response to it. That's really it. You know, and that's not something that you need to, I guess, take too seriously. You know, I guess that's the point, is after a while, like, just be you. Just be you. And then watch when all of a sudden you're like, I got to pee something. You're like, I know that shit. But there's nothing to do after that. It's just the noticing it. Then you're just like, I'm getting caught in myself. That's it. Mission accomplished. There's no next step. It's the one-step process. Right? That's exactly what we were talking about in that episode. It's just the recognition. And that changes you. Honest recognition, you got caught up in something that wasn't real. It makes it far less likely you'll do it again, or at least to the same degree. Right? That's it. Just honest recognition. And that is easy as fuck. It's just about going through your life and trying not to get distracted. And that's not about trying. That's just relaxing. It's all counterintuitive. Like I said, everything's half-assed backwards. It's exactly the opposite of what we want it to be. We want to fucking do the work to become more and find the promised land. And then all of that just gets in the fucking way. It just gets in the way because I can feel everything right now and still laugh. You know, I've laughed at my own sadness. Not because I was devaluing it, but because I recognized its purpose and place. You know, stopped fighting it. Recognize it's okay to feel. And I can still laugh. That's the whole point. It's definitely not the weed.
No, I will be the first to tell you that is not the weed at all. It is yeah, it's just my own choice, whatever it is, because there's not even a reason to be happy or sad ever, or smiley or frowny. It's like there's no good reason. Like, you can come up with one and convince yourself that that's why it is, but it's just you holding on to stuff. And fuck yeah, 1146, 33 donations. There we go. That's fucking awesome. Fucking incredible. Because yeah, life ain't about you. That spotlight effect is funny. How much we'll think that something is about us, means something about us.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is supposed to be goat bearded guy, right? I'm hoping.
Goat bearded for sure.
All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure. Since Amanda's not in the screen at the moment, I will pop back at the top of this one. Oh, she's back. Never mind. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Talks about drugs. That's original. Dude, if you talk about sugar, you're talking about drugs. If you talk about coffee, you're talking about drugs. You talk about a bunch of shit, you're talking about drugs. Your brain is a fucking chemical factory. Your brain is a chemical factory. All right. There are certain things and thoughts and behaviors that you have that do nothing but just pump you full of good chemicals that make you feel great. You know, that is likewise a drug. You may not think about it that way, but that's exactly what it is. And so all you're doing at the moment is just validating your own fear. Like, I got to stay in this box, and anybody who doesn't stay in this box is obviously not serving any purpose whatsoever. It's just sounds desperate and sad. So appreciate you being here. Yes, I'm bald. Well done. And I have a beard. And it is rather goat-like. Just saying, if you're a Christian, run, motherfucker.
Right. And they take the approach of being a bully in the comments, super original on their part, right? So I guess they're a great expert on what's not original.
Yeah, they know it well. Yeah, you know one when you see one. Oh gosh. And the amount of ways.
Seriously though, I'm not far from just like red skin, like color, and then just like two horns. Blacken this bastard. Like, come on.
I could see it, dude.
It's great.
I
love it. And it's so nice because, and it's especially funny to me because, so when I was in the forest for 8 months, my hair was very long, as you all know. It was like down to my ass. And I was wearing like this, almost like a cotton kind of robe. And I literally had like a rope around my waist as a belt. I had every Jesus vibe just coming out of the woods. And I remember coming out on Easter, going to the coffee shop and people just looking at me. And it was just because, you know, it seemed very on theme. And I laughed because it wasn't deliberate. I was just living in the woods and, you know, it was a really warm, I don't know, it was kind of a poncho. It's hard to explain. It was really good. It was warm and it was like my best friend at the time. So now just to look so much like the opposite, I just need a pitchfork. Yeah, that's all I need. And it would be perfect. And
maybe a little tail.
That was
yeah.
Jeez, don't be that. Apparently it was a joke. God damn it. Breaking Bad joke. A Heisenberg reference. Geez, don't be that fragile. Well, I don't know, man. You know, it didn't sound like a reference to anything. You're like, bald guy, goat beard, talking about drugs. By the way, for the record, I've not seen Breaking Bad, so that probably doesn't help in terms of not getting your reference. But I appreciate that. Nonetheless, I'm bald and I have a beard. Well done. Anyway, we still have quite a few people here. This is crazy. Look at all of you people. This is incredible. Like, we are doing so very well. That said, though, I want to get into something unless you'd like to get into something else.
Go for it.
All right. Well, let's do that then. So, I had a TikTok video recently that I reposted that said one of the lingering consequences to colonization is this ongoing belief that anybody owned the land ever, and that's true because, you know, tribes around the world, indigenous tribes around the world, early tribes around the world, early civilizations around the world. And I'm not just talking about like in North America. I'm talking about even European tribes, because you got to remember, like, Europeans were tribal ones. Like, before Germany was Germany, it was Germania. And Germania wasn't, you know, city streets and roads and shit. It was small villages of people living with thatch roofs and whatnot. Like, they were tribal societies, and they, you know, very much lived in accordance with the land, and they had their own spirituality, all of which kind of harkened back to a creator, but that they all came from the universe. This is where we have Norse mythology and all of that other fun stuff, right? Like, those are all tribal societies at one point. Anyway, I got a response from somebody saying that my video was white supremacy. And it was because I was trying to discount. No, actually, it was because I was trying to raise one race above all others. That's what my message was saying. And I went, how? I'm saying that we all come from the land. And that was it. It's like, well, you don't come from this land. And I'm like, well, it's all the same land, right? And it's like, no, this land is ours. That land is yours. And I thought that was terrifying, because that is exactly what the European mentality was when they came over to colonize, right? Like, this land is yours. That land is ours. We're going to take your land. right? Because land can be possessed. And that was the whole point. And so I was saying, like, that wasn't the mentality, though. Like, when Europeans got here, it's not that they were like lauded by any means, but they weren't opposed. They weren't assumed to be conquerors, is what I'm saying. And that's because straight up, there was less of a fixation on war and conflict. And it's not to say that, again, the indigenous tribes of North America didn't have war and conflict, but they didn't have a fucking industry created for making devices of war, for making money from conflict. Right? That mechanism wasn't there to exacerbate that need for control, to exacerbate all of that. So there was a totally different mentality. That's why they lived with balance. That's why they didn't overpopulate. That's why so on and so forth. They didn't, start marching across the world to take over more shit. But it was the mentality that we come from the land. We can't own it. That's ridiculous. That sounds like madness. It'd be like one of the hairs on my arm declaring, "This is my arm." It's just ridiculous. And it's gotten to the point now, and it's unfortunate that we don't even remember the mentality of our ancestors that we point to. We point to them and what they did and some of their ceremonies. We point to them and what they did and what they believed, but we don't share that worldview anymore. We don't share how they perceived reality at all. At all. And so it's so very interesting because we keep wanting to reach back into the past for our culture, for our roots. But our roots are always here and now. Our roots are always here as the land. Our roots are in the recognition that we were never separate from the land. And so actually, when I was accused of that being a white supremacist comment, I went evolution or a white supremacist idea. I said evolution's a white supremacist idea. And he's like, how is that evolution? I'm like, or he's like, oh, so now you're going to pivot from the land to evolution. I'm like, what do you think evolved other than the land? Right? That's the whole point. Like, we are all related. We're all related. It's ridiculous to think that some people are from the land and other people are just not from the land. We're all from the land. It's just our mentality that takes us away from it. We are all people of earth. We are all the earth. And yet somehow we've gotten so many ideas between that and how we see ourselves that we think we can own the earth. And that mentality is reflected in how we treat it, isn't it? Because if it's not an extension of us, we can do whatever the fuck we want with it.
Yeah, and try and have some degree of control over it without any consequences whatsoever, and thinking that the land is something that we can have dominion over. And how deep that thing runs, and it's not even like it's that deep. It's like thinking, not even digging in hardly at all to recognizing that, like, ownership of the land is given by something. It's given by a structure. We look at that structure itself and it's like, but what gives the structure any power at all? It's like, we do. We give it back to it, that then reinforcing, just because we're trying to feel better about ourselves, just because I feel good if I own a certain amount, if I have a certain amount of things, and that makes me feel more better than not having those things. And it still doesn't, though. Like, we think it helps us to feel better, but it doesn't. That's not living. That's not life. And life isn't just feeling better all the time at all. And like, that's kind of the focus of the world in so many ways, is just trying to feel better over and over and over, maximize how good I feel, maximize it over and over and over, multiply it as best I can, until you hit points where it's like, oh, it doesn't it doesn't actually do anything to continue to try and multiply that and maximize that. And then, you're left with yourself, but you're like, holy fuck, I haven't been paying very much attention to myself, to my actual experience, to what's actually going on, to reality itself. I have just been paying attention to everything but what's actually happening. And the amount of time we spend focused on stupid, needless bullshit to feel better about ourselves. But it's all this, this track, this path that goes nowhere. You just spend lifetime after lifetime after lifetime doing it, getting further and further and further from actually experiencing reality, like actually being involved. And then we try and, like we were talking about before, prolong the experience of lack of involvement. It's like you're going to go your whole life being afraid of a bunch of shit, and then you're going to die. Like, what kind of life is that? Like, why would you want that life to continue? What is your actual involvement in your experience right now? It's like, what are you trying to preserve there? That state of numbness, of a little bit of involvement, but not too much, not over involvement, not actually getting in there and doing shit and really being honest with yourself about the things that you're focused on and the things that you're avoiding and the things you want to look at and the things you don't want to look at. And then things, when you are being more honest with yourself, have a sense of, have a way of making sense. And, that's not something to run from. It is exciting. And as much as there is the sadness of, certain paths and certain ways of experiencing reality, it's exciting because there's other paths out there. And it's just fascinating how there are overarching paths, the wide path traveled by many, the narrow path traveled by few, the narrow path traveled by just you. And that's exciting because there's not anything to hold on to focus on, to take you from that, as you're willing to take responsibility for that actually being the case, that it's just you. There's nothing to fear, run from. There are absolutely things that will come up, fears, but fear itself isn't something to fear, I guess. That's a better way of putting that. The fear itself isn't something to be afraid of, because that's been a huge thing for me throughout my life, is this thought that, fear is something to fear. Like, well, if I'm not afraid of fear, then it can come and go as it pleases, and it doesn't actually have to dictate how I live my life or how I experience things. And then it's like, okay, so it's not even about getting rid of fear necessarily. It's just not being afraid of that, not thinking that can have any sway over how you live your life or what you do or what things you jump into, things you stay away from. And there is a thrill in that I don't think you could compare to any substance or drug out there. I don't know if that could give you that thrill of the lack of concern about the fear. Like, that's on you though, and that's your choice right now. If you're willing to look at that, it's like, you don't have to be afraid of the fear. It's going to be there. It comes and goes, like with everything, like with joy and peace and sadness and all the shit we come up with, and then we strive for just to focus on that. But there's nothing saying that any of that needs to be the case. And then it's like you start realizing that, the power more or less is in your hands, and that's empowerment right there, is just not being worried about anything, any of those random feelings that come up and being afraid of them. And there's a sense of, it's not certainty, but it's conviction for sure in that, because you know that you're just talking to yourself, and you know that you're just interacting with yourself. And it's not a guess or a wondering, oh, maybe this, maybe that. It's like, no, it's obvious when you're not in your own way so much, because you're the only thing in the way of the obviousness of talking to yourself, interacting with yourself, being involved with yourself. And that includes everything in the whole wide world is you. And so it shifts your focus, shifts what you do, but it also gives you back that sense of, the whole one with the mind is a terrible master, but a wonderful servant. When the mind is a wonderful servant and terrible master, like you start to realize that there is a shift that can happen when it isn't so much about you. But as long as it's about you, then there's going to be that involvement to some degree of the master of the mind and whatever weight comes with that. But I'm going to stop talking now.
Mind is also the drunk at the bar who's had one too many, drunk on thoughts, drunk on expectations, and always wants another. But when I think about all the times that I made myself feel better, all that making myself feel better did was make me feel better. It didn't reduce any risk. It didn't guarantee that anything else would happen or not happen. It didn't offer me any promises. It offered me no control. It offered no certainty. Feeling better and all the ways that I make myself feel better only do that. They literally only make me feel better. Like, that's it. And that was definitely something that I recently have been playing with, because I didn't realize, so many different ways where, let's say we're throwing a party and then somebody gets drunk, and then going forward, I'm like, I need to know everybody who is going to be at the party. I need to know every single person that's going to be attending. Like, that's going to prevent anybody from getting too drunk before, during, or after the party. Like, that's going to predict anything. So it's not like I'll predict anything. Not that I could prevent anything. It's not that I could even guarantee anything. It's just feeling better for the sake of feeling better. So it helped me to realize that was only a benefit for me, right? Because usually making myself feel better didn't really make anyone else feel better, because it was my custom made fear. So it's almost like all those ways of feeling better like lost their sparkle. And I still do some of those things, but it just doesn't, it's not as satisfying as it used to be. And so although I do make myself feel better, I'm like, this isn't the way that I remember it. You know what? Fuck it. It's not as bad as I thought. Feeling not better isn't worst case scenario. It's just, maybe I'm just not making the boogeyman's of under the bed in my mind so scary, but I still hear noises I don't know in the dark. I still see shadows I'm not really sure to how to identify, but it's just not telling as terrifying a story, so that I don't need an extra blanket to feel better. I can just lay there and go the fuck to sleep. Or get out of bed and see if the monster underneath the bed is up for a game of checkers. I don't know. Who's to say what could happen? I'd rather just go forward without always making myself feel better, just so that I can see that that's not a life or death. Right. And there are so many instances where I treat my fears like it's a life or death scenario. And it's really not. But I'm the best person that's going to be able to say, yeah, that's fear. But we can't say for sure whether or not that's going to do any lasting damage. But the damage I do know that lasts is the damage that I repeat. And that I'm a little more certain of.
Oh yeah, the amount that will assume that it is about comfort and being comfortable all the time, and that's not the case at all, because it doesn't build any strength when you're comfortable whatsoever. And like this striving for comfort, being born in a more comfortable environment, there's not fucking strength built. There's not a fucking backbone built at all. And then things seem jarring only because you're weak. Only because you're weak in a lot of ways, in so many ways. And it's not something to judge about yourself, but it's something to recognize and realize that you're not actually, but you your story more indicates that you would be based on that, but it doesn't actually change the reality of you right now being able to do things and face things and deal with things and focus on things and dig into things, because it's still just a story. All that shit, all the stuff that the ideas of what we can and can't do, even based on how we've been, based on the world we were born into. It's still like passing off responsibility to the world, to the situation, to society. It's like, oh, it's society's fault. It's like, you are society, and so your society changing as well. And it's not, because as long as you keep giving society responsibility and thinking that it's on society, or it was something that was instilled into you, or that you were born into this world, it's a lack of responsibility for being that world, for being society. And so it doesn't have anything really to do with any of that. And as soon as you're willing to recognize that, it's like there is strength even just in that, because you can realize like, oh no, I got this. And it doesn't have to be like do I got this? It's like, got what? Got where? It's like, if there's not a direction, it's just, you got it. You are it. You got it right now. Just keep going. Just keep swimming as you go. And the waters have a way of at least helping you to build that strength along the way in varied ways, as long as you just keep going with it.
Very much like this marathon. We are just going to keep going. We're going to keep going, because I mean, why the fuck not? That really is the lesson that I've learned repeatedly in my life. Just keep going. It's like, but why doesn't it make sense right now? Just keep going. It's exactly what Amanda was saying in her TikTok video. Just keep going. It really is just that. And we want it to be something else. We're like, but it can't just be that. It's like, it really is. It really is just that. It's like, well, how do I know what to do? You don't. That's the end of the conversation. You don't. Keep going. It's like, well, what's my purpose? Whatever you do. Like that's what your purpose is. Because it's kind of like earlier we were talking about this, and you have no idea what your impact is on everything around you. You're impacted by everything around you, but you have no idea what that impact is or how you're impacting it. You really don't. You don't have the wherewithal to see that, because it's just too big. There's too many considerations. It'd be kind of like, a single cell in your body trying to, know the whole body. Even if it were to travel to every part of the body, it still wouldn't be able to have a complete knowledge of the body. The only thing it could do would be to really listen to what it's feeling all the time, to get some sense of the body, of the movement of the whole body. You would actually have to listen beyond just the superficial reactions to and fro wherever it's being pushed or pulled, and feel like the actual current underneath that. It's exactly what we're talking about, is that when you get out of the way and you stop looking for some solution to a problem that doesn't exist unless you are focused on a lack that only exists because you're focused on yourself, you find that your interactions take on an entirely different tone. We've had people say this recently in the Patreon groups, that after a retreat, all of a sudden it's like they're still having the same conversations with people, and those people are still being, rude or judgmental or trying to control them or whatever, and they're still dealing with them. It's just that it's like it doesn't penetrate as deep, right? You're just like, I see where your shit's coming from, and I see why it bothered me. And that's the whole thing, is that it's just recognizing it. It's not in trying to get away from it. And I wanted to talk about that quickly, because this really is the danger. It will always be the danger. It's the ongoing danger in every fucking path whatsoever in anything you're ever going to do. Stop trying to run from your pain. And stop trying to run to a good feeling. Stop trying to run to happiness. Stop trying to run to anything. You know, it's not what you think it is. It's not what you think it is. Over and over and over and over again. It's not what you think it is. You know, and what you'll find is you're just left with yourself. And if that feels heavy, it's not what you think it is. You know, it's whatever you do. So, what is right now? What is holding this cup. You know, and that's it. It's whatever I do. There doesn't have to be a rhyme and a reason to it, so long as there is awareness. And then it is reality, being aware. It is reality, doing its thing. You know, but just beware of the urge to go, but I should feel better than I do. I don't feel free or vibrant. I remember when I first had this insight, it felt so amazing. Right? You know, as long as you're focused on that shit, you're just blocking out the next feeling, which is going to be totally different and amazing in a totally different way. You're trying to get back to something, to a concept, to a memory, to an idea that's not reality. And it's not that reality is always going to feel, quote unquote, amazing. Because what the fuck does that mean? You know, does that mean every time you touch the present, you're going to have an orgasm? No. All right. But it does mean that you won't feel like you have to be more, that you're not enough, that you have to find a place, that people have to perceive you a certain way. You know, you don't have to feel amazing to feel at peace, to feel like you can accept yourself. You know, this is one of the reasons I've told you previously, and I'd like to one day take up growing bonsai trees. And it's because the whole practice there is to not be impatient. It's to not get all frustrated and worked up. It's really to appreciate the slow ass pace of things and all the feelings that go with that. You know, like sitting on a park bench, for example, and just reflecting on what you see around you. You don't have to feel like everything's so gorgeous and beautiful. That moment in itself of just a quiet moment of peace is beautiful in its own way. You know, especially relative to some of the other moments where you felt like you were lost and had no sense of peace whatsoever. You know, it's really good to remember that. You know, you don't have to chase happiness. You'll never find it that way. But if you just relax and be where you are, it'll find you, or at least the reality of it will find you, not the concept.
Yeah, and the that sense of just being able to sit, and when you're being more and more and more honest with yourself, it's like there is more opportunities to just sit, and whatever goes through, it doesn't even have to have sway necessarily at all. You know, it's straight up like the oh god, those trees that grow in the domes versus the tree in reality. It's like they keep dying because they don't grow any roots. They don't grow any of their own roots and dig in themselves, and you know, all the things that we'll look to hold on to, focus on, in order to avoid growing those roots. That's not anyone else. It's not anyone that you could possibly look to can't grow your roots for you. You got to grow those roots yourself. You got to do it yourself. And as long as there is something helping you grow those roots, certainly not any of us, anyone that you know, anyone that you've ever interacted with. No one can grow your roots for you. You got to do it yourself entirely on your own. And that's what actually grows the roots, because as long as it's someone else doing it, or even looking to a structure, any of the structures cut down on that, any of the ways to live, the ways to do things, the ways to exist, the ways to act. Like, you cannot look to someone else to find out how to do it yourself. And every time you do, it's like you go back and forth. Every time you do, you miss out on an opportunity to grow those roots yourself. Every time you look around and ask someone else, what's the thing? Because even if you go into something and you do stumble and fall, or you don't get, the response that you were hoping for, it's still growing your roots. It's still you building that strength and having an experience. So it's not even about, we can get so close to, oh, I got to look around because I got to look for the right thing, the right way to act. Maybe acting the right way immediately isn't the best thing for you. It's like if it was just given to you, you don't get any strength that comes with that. You don't get any strength from that, from it being given to you, from it being handed to you. And it's not until you recognize that, oh, there are things that have been handed to you, given to you, and it cut down on your own experience, your own ability to gain that strength for yourself and see what you're really made of and what you can do and what you're capable of. That full potential that people like to talk about, achieving my full potential. We've gotten such a superficial view on potential and what human potential even is or means, or how much it's become this sort of cerebral conceptual idea. It's like, I've achieved full human potential because everyone looks up to me. That ain't human potential at all. That's just some fucking bullshit game that you're playing. It's not achieving your potential, because as soon as you think you've done something, it's like you become afraid of losing that. You try and maintain that, and then it's like, what sort of potential is that? There's no potential to be achieved. It's just potential to be expressed each and every moment. Each and every moment you have the opportunity to express your potential. And when there isn't so much in the way, so many assumptions, looking around, right way to act, right thing to do, it's like you actually become an expression of reality, expressing its potential moment to moment, not achieving its potential, not accomplishing its potential, but actually being potential expressed. Like, where are we at right now? Where am I at right now? How much can I express my potential by not looking around, by being willing to just express it myself? Yeah, it's not for me to tell you, it's for you to express yourself. And definitely don't look to any of us or anyone else to figure out what the fuck that means.
Exactly. But you know what? We've been here for like 3 hours, a bit over 3 hours.
Oh, hold on.
A little bit
You got
insightful.
muffled for a sec.
Oh, am I muffled?
Yeah, now you're not. You're good now.
Oh, what's that? Oh, a little bit of music in the background. There we go. Just mixing it up a little bit, because we've never fucked with the music settings here on Restream. We were talking about there's no right way to express yourself. And that's just so true. There's no right way to express yourself. You can talk about deep, insightful things all day long, or do nothing. Sit on your ass with your thumb up your butt. Like, you really can. Like, whatever you're doing, it's what you're doing. There's no right way to live. There's no right way to record a live stream like this. There's no right way. But, this is why I say, you can fuck around a little bit. Besides, I thought this would be kind of nice. It's not bad, right?
I like it. Yeah,
it's kind of groovy. It's kind of groovy. We got other shit, though. Like, we want to start, really working into the masses, talking about an epic journey. We've got the cinematic soundtrack behind us right here. Oh, yeah. This is where we talk about the conscious journey. This is where we talk about exactly how many ripples we make as we face our shit and choose to let go of self-imposed limitations, to actually be sensitive to reality around us, to actually feel our own goddamn feelings without getting our opinions of those feelings in the way, to hear the people we're talking to. to hear ourselves when we speak. It's perfect music for that kind of speech.
That was the best. There doesn't have to be anything in the way. Well, just you, your assumptions and opinions, and even the ones that seem like very important. The opinions you've held on to for a long time. You're still not. Still not. You're still getting in the way. Even just a little bit of what you could do, who you could become. That highest version of yourself is just something to be expressed. It's not something to be achieved. It's just right now, without so many ideas of what that means, whether it's from society or from the world or from people around you. They're getting in the way. All those opinions and ideas and perspectives are all getting in the way of you just being you and grooving out and vibing to your own beat, to your own drum, to the one that's inside of you. And that thing that just keeps thumping no matter what. It tried to express it for a while, for a bit, and people had opinions of that drum that you were beating. And so it got beaten right out, or at least quieted a little bit. But it's still in there, deep down in this pit. You've been hiding it from the world. It's still down there. And there's an opportunity to let all that shit go and feel that beat again. Hear that beat again. The beat that you've always been grooving to, just a little bit of fear and concern and outwardly expectation it was focused on. It's still there, still thumping. The more you slow down, the more you pay attention, the more you listen, the more you're willing to just be yourself. Start to hear it a little bit more. So get a little bit louder, a little bit louder, a little bit louder, until you forgot what life was like to not hear that drum. And then it keeps thumping. You're like, oh shit, there's a drum there. And this time around, I don't have to worry so much about anyone hearing it. Because I know they got their drum in there and they've just suppressed that shit. And they just want to beat a drum, but they're afraid and they're worried. And so someone beating their own drum puts them at odds with the fact that they're not beating their own drum. But you know what? That's part of it. Part of beating your drum is that it starts to drown out the noise, the concern, the worry about what's going on. And the drum gets so loud that all you're ever doing is grooving to that noise of the drum, to your own noise, your own experience and fullness that could be when you are willing to let go of the idea that you couldn't beat that drum. Beat it good, sometimes real good, but not too hard. Just enough, until you want to beat it a little harder, and then you beat it a little harder, and make that thing scream. And see where that goes. Because there's another avenue, there's another experience you can dive into, and there's no right experience to dive into, but there's experience itself that's happening right now. It's not that it's right, it's just obviously the only thing that's happening right now. And it starts to get more and more obvious the more you're willing to listen to that beat of your own drum. It's like, oh yeah, this is what's happening right now. This is it. There is nothing else. So I might as well pay attention to this, to what's actually going on. And then you hear it, and there is something to groove to see that you're just it, and you're the groove. You thought someone else was the groove, thought something else was the groove for a long time, but you've always been the groove. You are the groove. So how you choose to groove right now is how things are grooving. You can keep grooving and keep vibing to your own drum.
Boom. That was awesome. So, did you notice the difference in how you were feeling?
Right now?
Between when you were talking to the music versus just going through the shit in your head.
Yeah.
Felt different, right?
Yeah. It was relaxed.
But there's a beat to it, right? Like you're involved with it. It's not like some arduous, oh God, I got to keep realizing all this stuff. It's all there. It doesn't have to be a battle. It doesn't have to be a classroom lesson. It can be a dance lesson. It can be a dance lesson, and that's exactly what it can be. It does not have to be heavy. That's the whole point. Like music is awesome for that, but how we speak is music. What we're saying, this is a type of music. And we forget that because it doesn't sound like music. But if you're really involved with what you're saying, if you listen to yourself as you really go on a good tangent, and you stop doubting every word that you say, and you stop hesitating and waiting between every sentence, and you really just get involved with what you're saying, there's a music to it. You can hear it. There's a cadence to it. There's emotional range. There's nuance. There's shit tons of gray area. There's all of that. And it's all in what we're saying all the time. It just doesn't sound like it has a beat. Unless you put a beat over it, or you can hear the beat yourself. And this is why often I've shared songs on Patreon or on Discord, apologies, or I've sent them to you personally through text, that they're just epic soundtracks. They're epic soundtracks, and it's because to me they reflect how I feel life. How life sounds to me, but not sounds in the way that you think. It's just another way of experiencing whatever this flow is. Right? To recognize that there is one, that there is a flow. And that when you really just let go and listen to it, that flow has a beat. Which is one of the best parts of the movie Ink, in my opinion, is where he identifies the beat. And in identifying the beat is able to influence the flow with the slightest of touches. And that's it. Are you willing to recognize the beat? Are you willing to be the beat? Because it really comes down to you, but the beat only exists when you're dancing. You can't dance, and you can't wait for the beat to dance. You have to dance. That creates the beat.
Hey, fucking men. And you can take that beat in any direction, and you can be equally as involved in anything that you're saying, from deep insights about reality and all that stuff that I very much thought that this was about. And it's not. It's a conversation that it really is an expression of being yourself. It's like things have a way, because you start to tap more and more into what's happening and what's going on. You start paying more and more attention. You start relaxing a little bit more, and then it's like the words are just there. Like that Jesus quote, "The words are my Father's. My words are my Father's." It's like that's starting to hit a little bit more, for sure. I had no idea what the fuck that meant when you first said it. I'm not gonna lie at all. And that involvement can be about anything. Bananas. I can talk about bananas, the peel, and how if you peel it one way, people say that it's more stringy if you peel it from the place that's connected to all the other bananas, the stem, I think. But I've started peeling it the other direction, and that's also got strings. And so it's making me wonder if that's even a thing, or someone just wanted to see me start opening my bananas from the bottom part because they found it funny, because then I have to then rip off the little knobby head there on the other side and throw that away instead of eating it from the other direction. And I can just leave that little knobby part in the peel, so there isn't the additional step of ripping it off. Not that I'm bitching and moaning about ripping a little stem off a banana, but you know, also QR code, check that shit out, and help someone get to a Dualistic Unity retreat. We are we are doing a live streaming marathon until we get that ticket sold, and then probably just going to keep going. We're probably just going to keep going, because why the fuck not? And I've always wanted to do something like that, those telethon sort of things, just to see what starts to happen. And I think it's cool, even in an experience of just recognizing how much there is to say or do or talk about. You can actually be on camera for hours and hours and hours on end and not run out of things to do at all, and how quickly we can assume we could run out of things to do. I just talked about a banana and the process of peeling for a couple minutes. Like, you know how many random things I could come up with and talk about in detail? Like why my eyebrows aren't connected and how I spend some time tweezing them from time to time. But why? What's wrong with the unibrow? I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Hey man, I'll trade you. Most of my eyebrows have disappeared. That's why I've got these two little dark parts right here, and then it just fades into skin, for sure. And I'm good with it as long as they're there. I can move them. They have their own communicative tone. It's enough, right? Exactly. But it's funny because I guess that was the entire point of them, was to make us better at communication, because it's not just us that have them. Primates have eyebrows. Dogs with eyebrows are the best, because they give you the eyebrow. It's awesome, right? But yeah, there's a lot that gets communicated in the eyebrow. This is just an incredible live stream, by the way. I just want to say that, because why the fuck not? We can mix shit up. We can have fun. Everybody's being very entertained. I just want to say, again, if you can donate, we really appreciate it. dualisticunity.com/donate. We are raising money for somebody to come and join us at a Dualistic Unity retreat, where they will be high and hanging out, chilling the fuck out. I'm just feeling groovy, man. I'm really digging this. I agree with you. Doing this live stream thing where it's for something that's not positive but meaningful. It's for something meaningful, and this is something I've dreamt of doing since I was a kid. Watching the Jerry Lewis telethon, as I said, where they would have performers go up and they would just keep going, man. They would just keep going as long as they could until they made their goal or as close to it as possible before they passed the hell out, right? And so this is amazing, because this is great. Like, we've already raised over $1,000, and I want everybody to understand, if it's a $5 donation, that makes a difference. If it's a $10 donation, that makes a difference. And if you were going to use that $5 or that $10 on something that after the fact you're going to go like, I shouldn't have bought that, you may as well just give it to somebody to send them to a retreat. Not only does it send them to the retreat and invest in their life, it invests in DU. It invests in this ripple that we're making. It keeps us going, because there's not a lot of profit here, like, at all. We're still just moving along. Most of us don't even get paid whatsoever. And when we do get paid, it's pretty minimal. It's not about the pay. It's about keeping this going, because I've never encountered anything like this. I looked for a long time. Like I said earlier, man, I went to every spiritual goddamn conversation. If there was an article in the paper, if there was a fucking note on the bulletin board, in city to city to city to city, if there was somebody who's like, I want to have a conscious conversation, like that whole Zeitgeist thing. You've seen Zeitgeist. Not only was Zeitgeist a series of movies, there was a movement. There were groups that were meeting in different cities across North America and the world. I got involved with those motherfuckers too, right? Like, I got involved with a lot of stuff, and all the time it would come to this inevitable point where it was about somebody being important, where it was about making a stand against something rather than coming together, right? And then so that was why I definitely I guess moved away from those things. You know, I moved away from those things because I could see the trap. You know, and that's why a lot of those things don't exist anymore. You know, so this is something that's amazing to me. I'm feeling like maybe we should change the music. What do you think?
I'm down. What are you
Yeah?
feeling? A little bit of
That's
like
a good
classic
question.
rock type vibe. Some
Ooh, that's good.
Sunny.
That's good. What do we got? Do we have any classic rock? We got nature sounds, atmosphere, indie rock.
That's, yeah, I think that's what I'm feeling. This
Eh.
is the beginning of the rest of your life. This moment right now
I feel like I'm on hold.
is the oldest you've ever been and the youngest you will ever be. You don't know what's next. You don't know what's to come. But you'll be there. It'll be you. And so why not take a leap right now? Build a little bit of that good old faith in yourself. Because that's what you can take with you. That's what you take with you as you go, as you shift, is you, is your experience. Right now, and how much you're willing to vibe to your own beat, to your own drum, to your own strummy strum on the good old guitar. Maybe even go to a bar and strum that guitar. I don't know. Now we're kind of vibing with the beat, and I'm a white boy rapping, not trapping. Thinking my crab trap in the ocean. I don't know where this is gonna go, but here we are vibing 3.5 hours in. How much do you want to help someone who does not have the financial ability to go to a Dualistic Unity retreat? Go to a Dualistic Unity retreat and chill the fuck out and get some space to vibe to their own drum, to their own beat. Oops, oops, oops. Maybe they got a little deep house club music, oops, oops action. Maybe, hey, maybe they got a little strum on the guitar. Did I connect to Instagram? Yes, we are connected to Instagram. Good thing connected to Instagram. Let's check in on Instagram. How are we doing on Instagram?
We really appreciate like everybody's donations. This has been a blast. Like I love the fact that we are just going to keep going. It's a great vibe. And for anybody who hasn't been to a retreat, this is very much it. You know, it's so funny because this is why at the retreats, and you'll notice this, Andrew, I almost avoid deep conversations, right? And it's just because in terms of the relative experience, deep conversations are shallow compared to the actual experience of being. And that's really, really important to understand, that all the intellectual, philosophical, cerebral conversation in the world will never be as deep as you just being here. You know, a friend of mine once said, there is no substitute for the direct experience of reality. And that's exactly true. There's no substitute. You want to learn? Be here. You want to grow? Be here. You know, you want to continue to see things clearly? Be here. You know, just be here. Keep going. And that will teach you more than any spiritual path, spiritual guru, spiritual teacher. That'll teach you more than any teacher, period. Because it really just comes down to your willingness to take shit in. And you're the only one who can put a limitation on that. You can learn from anything.
Anything, and there's not fucking path, dude. Fucking A. It's not even remotely spiritual. Reality, experience itself. That fucking open mic thing might be the most spiritual thing I've ever done in my entire life. I was actually there. I was actually there. I was feeling all the things and talking about the things. Like, even I've had a hesitation of even expressing that I get nervous, you know, talking in front of groups. Like, why is that something to hide? Who is that doing any good for? You know, fear of, and I've been pretty open about things, I guess, throughout my life, and just willing to express that stuff. Sometimes is for my own purpose and benefit, feel like I'm doing something, doing something extra, expressing that stuff instead of just taking it in, you know. The amount of, like I told you, I think I've filmed like three videos that just kept on my phone. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Just expressing, like sending all of this out, because then that turns the expression of something into the point. That very much happened with me with social media. And you actually told me, yeah, I'm aware of this. Like I become aware of certain things and I avoid certain stuff. Yeah. Now the awareness of things are in there, and the social media for sure. And it's just like too glaringly obvious at this point for me to, you know, keep that. It's because you go back and forth with certain things. It's like, oh, now it's still, I'm doing some good in the world. Like, you're just pushing off your own sense, and what good is that doing to anyone else? You know, you feeling better usually is the cost of someone else not feeling as good. And for you to feel extra good about yourself, someone else is going to feel extra bad. And there's always that push and pull. In reality, there is no imbalance whatsoever in the broad scheme of things. So if you're thinking something is making you more, it's getting in the way of something, and it's certainly getting in the way of you being yourself. That's for sure, because that doesn't have something that you can measure up against. But if you're using something to feel good, then it's going to keep that off, keep that at bay. And so if you're expressing certain insights for a purpose, even if you're saying something for a reason, fuck dude, like even in conversations, you know, if you're saying something for a reason, you're getting in your own way. Again, you're getting in your own way. Holy shit. And I've had so many more memories in the last couple months about, you know, those feelings that I had when I was younger, the intense ones in high school, the pit that I put myself in out of fear, and like the fear of expression, the fear, like how deep I discount how much I've held myself back throughout my life. Like it's kind of, and I know it's not just me. It is, but it's not. And I guess, you know, everyone has their way of doing that, but at the same time, it is just me. And so to you, because you can't compare experience necessarily, everyone's hell is unique to themselves. But in order to feel like, you know, we didn't actually experience enough to let go, like now I gotta experience more shit. Whereas me, it's like you might have just been forgetting how much you've held yourself back, how much you've held on to, how prioritized you were at the forefront of your experience. You probably just forgot because you got your stuff, you got your shit. It's there in whatever form that it took for you, and you can just spend your entire life trying to forget it instead of looking at it and recognizing that it never had anything to do with you, and so it doesn't have anything to do with you right now. And then that shifts that experience. It's no longer shit so much as just something you see as, you know, the product of having certain priorities, certain focuses, instead of, you know, just being involved with where you're at and being willing to be yourself and let go of all of those expectations of yourself that you've held on to be something for the world, and how much you can just try and pile on top of that experience of what it was like to be yourself that then got suppressed. Because I have memories too of being myself. It's not just, all of it. And it always goes back to being 15, as I expressed in one of the crazy ass videos I posted this past week, that it was that point. It was right fucking A, dude. It was right after that 5th through 9th grade in that Catholic school. Like right after, as soon as I was in a different environment, I was jarred, I was shook, didn't know what to do. So I just fucking tried to hide. I didn't want to experience it. So I tried to just hide myself. And then the rest of my life has stemmed from that point of that assumption. Nothing to share, nothing to say, nothing to add, unless there's a way to figure out the right thing to say. And then you can dive into that. And again, continuing to avoid yourself, continuing to assume that there's something wrong with you just being yourself. Because even now, there will be points where I'm just being myself, and it's like I'll judge myself, not in a habitual way, but in a deeper way that's like, whoa, what's going on? You seem different. And it's always that, because that's the thing that we've been running from, that we've been trying to avoid, the willingness to let go yourself and just see what happens, see what plays out, and be that question mark to yourself, instead of being this contained sort of thing that you have dominion over. Reign in hell, fucking reign in hell for so long. And yet there's the opportunity right now to do so as well. There's always the opportunity, but it gets a little bit, not subdued, but a little bit quieter. And then the pull to it, like the spectrum and the pull, the polarities and Power versus Force we talk about, that I still haven't read, but I like to reference, because I'll admit, I haven't gotten to that one. As I have my stack of books over here, I got a good 8 books that we'll get into right now. I mean, right now, our priority is getting just being here and getting those donations to that retreat ticket in California. It's gonna be fucking dope, helping someone out who will not be able to and cannot afford the ticket, doing a whole fuckload of an impact, because you don't even know what sort of ripple that's going to make. Getting someone to one of our retreats to give a little bit of space to just be themselves, nothing we're doing, we're just going to be there being ourselves, not necessarily expecting anyone to be anything, certainly not expecting anyone to be anything, because I'm too involved in my own experience right now to expect someone else to be something. And so that opportunity, even just to give $5-10, then allow someone to have that experience, that space that maybe they can't get otherwise. Maybe they don't have the opportunity to get any space in their life whatsoever, and this is their opportunity to see, and then maybe see things differently enough, and they can, shift a little bit in their own experience and continue to ripple. And you're making their ripple just a little bit larger, possibly, because they're a little bit more willing to be themselves, because they've experienced environments now, maybe for the first time, in which other people are actually being themselves, and they see that as even a possibility, even as something that's possible. And that's absolutely been the case for me, just seeing that, oh my God, you can live without concern for anything or anyone around you. Because as much as it can feel intense, it's just showing you that you can be yourself. It's not that you should be like someone else. It's no, you can be yourself. Have faith in yourself. And when you're in an environment in which that is the case, it has impact, whether it feels like it hits immediately or takes a little longer to do so. So you, your listener, your viewer, your anyone watching this, have the opportunity to have that ripple. Your donation has that ripple, has an impact on that ripple, because we're going to be here until we make that amount of money and beyond, through 1790 and beyond. Maybe we'll get 2, maybe we'll get 3. I don't know. I'm feeling nice and, I don't know, relaxed, nice and myself right now. Nothing's really telling me that there's any. I don't even know what time it is. I don't have that in front of me. We've been going 3:44. We're almost at 4 hours here, and we are at a let's see what sort of donation we're at right now. We are at $1,146 raised, which means we are $554 from that ticket. I think around 500, something like that, from that fucking ticket. So yeah, you can make that ripple by helping someone else get to a point in which maybe they can recognize that they have a ripple. Even just the recognition that you have a ripple in reality each and every moment, because that's exciting. That's fucking thrilling. That's cool. I'm liking this music vibe.
Absolutely. I got caught up like enjoying the lights and the music, and I was like, wait a second, that's right, I can talk. That's right, I'm on camera. But that's just a part of it too, like just getting engulfed by the moment that you're in, but not like engulfed where you're like suffocating or drowning in that, but just like you're totally in like you just feel embraced by the moment. You just feel like you are this moment, you know, with less doubt about that, and just going with the vibes and loving it. And I've just been having a blast. Oh snap, Ray, thank you for the close-up. You know, Jesus holding down the courts.
Moves, crossing that devil up. That's even.
Well, it's not just that. Somebody, and I think we all know who, decided to send me pizza. I have pizza.
Oh shit!
That has been delivered to me as I guess supplies to keep me going. So I would not be surprised if somebody else here is going to expect the same treatment.
Oh.
Well, you know, you gotta eat.
Oh, shit.
Like, you've gotta eat, okay?
Oh, thank you. Fucking, you are the fucking goat. I've learned so much from you all the time. Not that you need any of my fucking validation at all.
No.
I appreciate you in a lot of ways. It's funny because as you were walking, I reached down and pulled out my little apple. Hunger strike around the world. I wonder how many people right now have the thought of food. Food sounds good right now. I'm a little bit hungry. It's around the world. Everyone immediately having the same exact fucking thought at all times, just getting in the way of that. But thank you, Amanda. I see the notification here.
I was like, it took away from the surprise, because I'm like, I'm not there. So like, because if I was in the same house, I would have never put your number, but like, I'm not there, and I want to make sure you get the goddamn pizza. So I'm like, shit, they're gonna text you, and so it's like you find out about the pizza before the pizza arrived. I was like, you know what, that is a worthy sacrifice to make sure that I got you something. It's a pizza called the Grandma, and it sounded so delicious, but I did add grilled chicken to it because you are a growing man and you need some fuel, because it sounded delicious, like fresh homemade marinara sauce and fresh mozzarella, fresh Parmesan, fresh garlic, and a thick old world style crust. And I just added the chicken. So you must let me know how this food experiment goes, and I I apologize for dropping you into this delicious food maze, only for my own enjoyment.
How dare you? How dare you draw me into this maze that I cannot figure out? But
You have to get your way out of the maze.
I'm going to enjoy it, and I've never tried Grandma's one, so thank you very much. It's actually half a block from my old apartment, so that's cool. Yeah, I'm excited to check it out, and I appreciate it because I haven't been looking at my phone, and I don't know if the doorbell on this building.
Exactly, it's a new place. I didn't know. I was like, I have to give them your number.
Yeah, no, thank you. So I'm gonna turn off, as we discussed before. We use Do Not Disturb around these parts, and so I'm gonna turn that off.
Exactly. That's always like, shit. You guys, you know how I love my secret missions. You know, I love my secret Operation Surprise Pizza is in order. You know.
Well, yeah. Imagine my surprise. I came out front to smoke a joint. Suddenly, there's a pizza guy in front of me giving me a stare down. Like, he called me, right? I'm like, I have no idea. So yeah, that was fun.
Oh, I love it. And I just heard in the comments, Andrew Marie has had the grandma pizza, and she says it is the bomb. So I am very excited to hear your take on pizza. But it's so hard to fuck up pizza, right? Like, so I'm hoping that it's going to be just super delicious, and then I'll try it the next time that I come out to visit.
Sounds like a great plan. Yeah, bad pizza's like bad sex. Still pretty good, right? Still not so bad. I mean, it's cheese and bread and sauce. It's very, very difficult to fuck up. And a lot of places will still have, seasonings and whatnot. Maybe a little bit of garlic on top, some toppings. I appreciate the grilled chicken. Yeah, I still do my not hitting the good old iron jungle as much, but I still got my pull-up bar. So there's still but that's actually functional because it has been helping my shoulders a lot because I just hang on it sometimes. And it's like, Jesus Christ, there's actually functional things that you can do that you're getting in the way of because you're focused on how you look. You're actually diminishing your experience in order to be perceived in a certain way, as if that even guarantees anything. And it doesn't. And it doesn't at all. How you're viewed, you have no guarantee. And I brought up the hair thing before, but like, there's not even a guarantee that anyone even notices if they don't look at someone's hair. Because like, I've been realizing that I don't actually look that different if I don't, have my hair. And like looking back at some of them, like, holy fuck, did I really have it like that? And just the journey of that and how reflective, because all of our actions are reflective of how relaxed we are, more or less. And so was that directly reflective of how relaxed I was, how much product I put in my hair, how much the strands all went in the same exact direction, how much time was spent on it. It's funny. It's fascinating and interesting and kind of strange to recognize that. And you look back at parts of yourself and you're like, you don't recognize that person. Like, I feel like an entirely different person right now, straight up. Very, 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 very different in so many ways. And it's not even like it's like I do, but I don't, because I'm still me. And it's like always been there. It's just relaxing into being myself a little bit more. And there's a flow to it, because you're not really looking around so much for how to do that or how to be that. It's like you come back to what you actually want to do and spend your time doing, and it totally changes everything when you're adequately paying attention to what's going on. And I really want to make sure I don't miss this delivery. So
definitely don't miss that delivery. Oh. Hello, Bear. The cat's just giving me the stare down. And now he's biting me.
Has he ever gotten aggressive at all with you?
Oh, we wrestle like every day. It's a game. He'll just never bite hard enough to actually hurt me. Yeah, he's good that way. It's funny. Like he'll bite and then he'll like lick you if he's like, I'm sorry, that might have been a bit hard.
Like he's actually very involved in the situation. Funny how
Exactly.
many animals are involved, or have the humans. Like we have so much potential to be involved in our experience, and it's gotten so
Word.
special.
Want to give a shout out to Alibaba Pizza in Nanaimo, British Columbia. Your pizza is the shit. It's fucking awesome. I've never been disappointed with Alibaba's pizzas. Just throwing that out there. Feel free to send free pizza.
Alibaba. I think I'm pretty sure I've had that.
Yep. When you were here and you were helping me move.
Yes, we did.
And now I'm about to create a beer concoction. Hello, everyone.
Oh, is this what I think it is?
Oh, yeah.
You know it, sir. Take us on a beer journey, sir.
So this is Fat Tug by Driftwood Brewery, also here on the island. And mixed with it, I have a Dino Sour by Phillips Brewing, which is also out here in British Columbia.
Show the
And
camera.
together, all right, I'll show the cans. Be Dino Sour, and then Fat Tug. And this shit is fucking strong. It's good. It's a great beer. It tastes good, but it's like 7% alcohol. And together, they taste just amazing. I first encountered this in Victoria at a bar where they mixed the two and called it a Tugosaurus because it's a fat tug and a Dino Sour. So it kind of makes sense. It was delicious. So now I've decided to make my own. But of course, I have to go and drop off the pizza first. And then come back and get the beer. It's all very complicated. Have you found your food yet?
No, it's still waiting at the restaurant, but it does have updates for me here.
Oh, good. Good. As long as it finds you.
Dasher is waiting at the restaurant. Keep my eye. It says estimated 7-Eleven arrival. So about 15 minutes.
All right. Well, in the meantime, I'm going to go back to my other camera here. This is fun, being able to switch off like this. All right. Hold up. Get tag Ray back in there. Bam. There's the other Ray. This Ray will go away. Bam.
Other Ray is back. Phone Ray is dead. Computer Ray is now alive and well and thriving and killing it for a minute in my business. Yeah, this apple's pretty good. You know when you get an apple and it's like kind of soft, it doesn't have the crisp crunch to it. It can be such a bummer.
It can be. It's an absolute. That's the word I was reaching for. That's a bummer. Because it's not that the apple's bad. It just doesn't have that crispness that you were expecting.
Exactly. It's not that it's bad at all. It's still got the same exact nutrients, same exact flavor profile. It's just different. It's just a different sort of texture and feel. And sometimes trying different things and new things aren't a bad thing at all. Pizza is good. Yeah. I'm
feeling a change in the music. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm down.
What do you think?
Turn.
Let's
Turn to pick.
how about some future pop? What's future pop? I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Amanda, you have any input here? You get the music list. What would you like to hear?
Oh, I mean, I like it. I can rock out to anything. I dance when there's no music. So like when there is music, I'm like, this is great.
Exactly. There we go.
Future pop, epic. I love the names. Cinematic,
Turn
corporate.
it up a notch.
There's a category called corporate. No, no. Anti-corporate is what they should have called it.
Straight up. Yeah. Do you know who is messaging you back and forth, right? Because we're both Andrew right now. More or less irrelevant.
I know, right?
It's funny.
That's so true. I never updated the name because I thought it was gonna be.
As she was talking, so
I just assume from the context, and she's like, is it this kind of pizza or this kind of pizza? I'm like, Andrew wouldn't know what kind of pizza I have.
such a great point. Imagine
Context is king, people. Context is king.
Context is everything.
Yeah.
Man, taking things out of context. We even do that. We were talking about cancel culture before. Like, people will do that, take things out of context, and then just like not even want to look at it further, not even want to dig in beyond what makes them comfortable. And so they'll just stop. They'll just stop at that point that starts to feel uncomfortable. And it doesn't mean that there isn't still something there. There isn't still something to look at. And yeah, we like to stop at those points. But, there's more shit to learn. There's more shit to dig into. There's so much to learn and dig into. So much in potential out there. A lot easier to learn shit when you're not in your own way. Your experience actually becomes about you and not this idea that you've maintained for so much life.
I had an idea.
Yeah.
If we get to this ticket price, we should just do karaoke here.
I'm down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, let's get the donations going, everyone. If you're watching this and you would like to see some live Dualistic Unity karaoke, what you would witness at the retreat, though definitely not without the same energy, or definitely without the same energy, because, man, everybody at the retreat is really what makes it what it is. This is it. Definitely help us get to that retreat price. You can donate at the link that is there, or dualistiCunity.com/donate. $5, $10, $50. It all helps, and it is going towards a good cause. And we're just going to keep hanging out here, hanging to different music, chilling the fuck out, because why the hell not? If anybody has any questions or there's anything you'd like us to cover, feel free to throw it into the chat. And as well, if you're watching on social media, you're welcome to throw it into the comments section, but you don't necessarily have to. Actually, I've noticed that my Instagram thing has gone dead as a doornail, and I'm not entirely sure why. I'm going to check that out.
Yeah, check that out. Yes, my dasher is heading to me. 7:09. 5 minutes. Woo-hoo! I'm excited for some pizza. I was wondering what I would do for food today. I have some snacks. I did pick up some fruit and whatnot, but yeah, pizza's gonna be delicious. I got a little table here. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get a desk. I've opened the desks to order.
And I am selfishly getting to try a new pizza shop through you, Andrew. So like I get to find out if it's worth, when I'm in the city, checking them out. So thank you so much for being my pizza. I'm living vicariously through your first time with them. So I am also very curious to see how it goes, because there's so many different pizza places, right? And so like the ultimate is like, you always hear like, where's the best pizza? I was like, I don't know, man, because at 3:00 in the morning after a few beers, it all tastes like the best pizza of my life. so I don't really know how to answer that question. Best pizza. I'm like, but you definitely find what I think makes the key difference is like the sauce, like the way that they make the sauce adds all the flavor. So the dough doesn't have too much flavor, even though it can. The toppings, they taste like the topping, but like what adds that magic is like the pizza sauce. So you can tell if they make it from scratch, if it comes pre-made from a bottle, from a store-made bottle.
Oh yeah, the sauce is everything. The sauce is boss.
The sauce is boss.
It really does have quite the impact on the experience. What's inside that counts, you know? Got the bread, got the cheese, and the exterior, what gives it the look. The sauce doesn't get any love in the pictures.
No, it doesn't. It gets hidden.
Of the flavor.
The other toppings, everything, everybody pushes the sauce off the stage. They don't want to share the mic. It's the one that adds all that extra flavor that enhances everything else. So that's usually my gauge. So like when I go to like a Spanish restaurant, I usually order their white rice, because if you fuck up the white rice, there's no chance I'm going to taste your yellow rice, the seasoned rice. So that's how I judge a Spanish restaurant, based on how they make their white rice, and I judge pizzas based on how the sauce is. And you know, and that's it. And I came out with it. I am an outright pizza judger, you know, and a Spanish rice judger.
Our official DU Spanish rice and white rice and pizza sauce judger.
Yeah, that's always my gauge.
Every retreat will have that right there. Like how's this sauce, man? Does it fit up to standard? Like no, doesn't meet standard. Not it there. Oh gosh. Just want to give another shout out to everyone who has donated to raise money for this gifted retreat ticket. We have had 33 donations, and we are at $1,146 raised. Thank you so much to everyone who has taken part in that. It means a ton. You're making a ripple right there. Every dollar counts. So even if it's a dollar, if you got a dollar, it means the world. It all adds up, and we're going to be here until we raise that money, and until beyond that, we raise another and another.
If you don't help people, this is going to get saucy. This is going to get crazy. I mean, you got to help us get to this ticket price. Otherwise, I mean, we could do anything just to, you know, because we could just say, well, fuck it, we're here anyway. Let's talk about shit that pisses people off, which we may do anyway. I'm just saying. This is a lot of fun. By the way, this pizza is just fucking fantastic. I'm really enjoying it. I just had the ballpark pizza, which tastes a lot like a hot dog, including with mustard. It's fantastic. It's got pickles on it and shit. I love it. If you're watching, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Don't even have pickles in the vicinity. I remember we got him in Virginia Beach, and he kind of saw him across the counter and just gave me a look like, how dare you put those in my kitchen? I'm like, sorry, dude. I like pickles. And I do. They're a delicious little treat there, those pickles. But I do kind of have to take a leak, so I am going to mute myself and move over a bit.
I appreciate the muting, especially, you know, because I was thinking about that earlier. I was like, you know, we could make this a really like candid live stream and just leave the music or leave the sound on while we're going to the bathroom. But, you know, nobody really wants to hear that. That said, though, Amanda, I've babbled enough. I'm going to pass the mic to you.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, immediately the thought that came to my mind was you don't have to be so generous, right, with the sounds. You don't have to, reserve some of that generosity, sir. But no, I've been having so much fun just listening and chiming in every now and again and just going with the flow, because there's been a few times where, you know, I went to go get the lights, and I'm like looking for them in my trunk, and I'm like, oh my goodness, you know, because I left it in my trunk from the Virginia Beach retreat, but I've got the karaoke machine up here, so that'll be a quick turnaround time when we get to the song time, and that'd be amazing, like a live karaoke session. Fuck, man, that's what I mean. Like you never know what a moment is gonna be, and most of the times the worst case scenarios that I thought of just never actually realized. They never came to be. And so, you know, when I think about those feelings, like I made plans with a friend, like right before I'm gonna go out, I feel like this huge wave of like, damn, what did I agree to? I don't want to go anymore. And it's always just because I think like the traveling's going to be too much of a hassle, or getting there, or we're going to spend more money than I wanted to, or, and then regardless of whatever amount of reasons I give myself that like why I won't want to go fulfill the plans that I helped create, that I agreed to, and I end up going, it's always exceeding my expectations, right? Because all of my worst case scenarios are hypotheticals. They're not actually a prediction, and neither are my plans. And that was humbling. Realizing that no matter how much I believed in a plan, that plan wasn't a prediction for what was going to happen. And that was something that I wasn't exactly excited to learn, but then I saw behind the disappointments, and I could see that that's a good thing, because if all of my plans really were predictions, then my life would have been a lot less, surprising. It would have been a lot more boring. There would have been less passion and less spontaneity, because you can't have spontaneity with control and predictions. They just don't exist in the same space, you know. But I'm glad that we had those lessons. I'm glad that, you know, it's not always pleasant, because if it was, then I wouldn't really appreciate that pleasantry, right? And so the way that I kind of describe it now is just that, you know, within every painful moment is a seed of joy, and in every moment of joy, you know, pain can penetrate through, but it's just because they're on the same spectrum. They exist together. And so I don't really want one over the other, because if life was singular, it would have no depth to it. And if it was a singular experience that was only rooted on one side of this spectrum, and if it was only joy all the time, if there was only pain, then eventually I'd just become numb to it. And the pain wouldn't be painful anymore, and the joy wouldn't be joy, it would just be numb. And so it's like, I'll pay the price. Name your price, universe. Joy must come with pain. Fuck it, sign me up for both. I'm ready for the combo package, because they help me appreciate each other. And, you know, moments of joy feel better. They feel like I appreciate them so much more after I've just went through a shitstorm. And the shitstorm somehow doesn't feel as heavy when I remember that, fuck, I can laugh again. I can laugh at crying, at sitting in a puddle of my own tears. I have been in my bathroom, in my shower, crying, and then I've just laughed, because I'm like, okay, I don't want to sit here forever and just cry. And so I laugh at the absurdity of me just realizing that, like, at any moment I could stop crying. At any moment I can drop the weight. At any moment. And so why not this moment? Why does it have to be another moment? Why does somebody else have to do it? And so I laugh, because it all seems so deliciously absurd. But I appreciate that it's so rich and complex and varied, because it gives me more to explore. And so I appreciate that more than I thought that I could. And the music is awesome. So I love a good soundtrack, because fuck, man, I have felt like a one-person party for a long time. And now it just feels like this party is merging with your parties, and now it's like a mega party. And we can jam out when we can, and then we kick butt when it's the moment has shifted and it feels like we've got ass-kicking boots on.
Well said. Well said. I love the fact that, you know, we're like, this is the nice thing about this live stream. It's not an episode. You know, we're not airing this after the fact. This is us chilling out with the intention of trying to raise money for another version of us that's going through some shit and would like to be able to hang out and not feel like they're going through some shit for a fucking weekend. You know, that's not so much to ask, right? So, I mean, how hard is it for us to sit here and talk and go through some stuff ourselves and have a good time at the same point? The whole reason for the music is frankly because life can get kind of dry if you're not willing to bring the music yourself. You know, this whole conversation about how there's only the moment and present and all that can feel really fucking heavy. It can feel like an old dusty book rather than, you know, a living, breathing organism that you are. And this is why I love music. That's why often you'll find me singing. This is why we love karaoke at the retreats, right? It's because you feel the music in you, right? That's true all the time. People have watched me walking around retreats. I'm generally doing this. We've seen Amanda actually just walking through an airport on her phone, dancing along to music that wasn't playing. You know, and that's the point. We are the music. We are the party. Not we, you. You're the party. You are your own party. Are you making that party a drag? That's really the question, because you're your own party. That doesn't mean anybody else has to be partying with you. You could be surrounded by people who are not having a party and still be your own party. Because it really just comes down to you. So are you that person at a party that needs attention all the time? Are you the person who's fine just the way they are and lifting everybody else up because it's a fucking party?
You're the party. You're the party, always. You dictate the flow of what that party is. Party of reality that you are, the party of just what's going on. There's no rhyme or reason to it. There's no direction, but there's a party happening, and you're either in it or not. You're either hearing the music or you're not. And sometimes that music gets a little bit quieter, more subdued, and sometimes it gets very loud. It's like, why am I not dancing right now? The music's pretty loud, and it sounds good, and it's cool, and it's fun, and just the capacity of what we can do when we're not in our own way. When we recognize that we've always been party. I've always been party. I've always thought it was someone else's party. I've always thought I was a visitor in someone else's party, a attendee of the party. Not just, certainly not the host of the party, but the party itself. Not an attendee, not a bystander, not a host, not a person, but the whole goddamn thing. And it's not even about talking about the party at all, and the value. But even right now, it's like
you can. That's the point. Is that the point's not the talking, but that doesn't mean you can't talk. It's kind of like mushrooms won't wake you up, but if you're awake, you might as well have some mushrooms.
Exactly. And when it's not about the words at all, the words become more fun, more optional. As long as you think it's about the words, and it's there's going to be a weight to the words, a need from the words, as opposed to just using them. They're an option. Sure, why not? You got words, you got movement, you got things that you do, ways that we live. You got words and expression. But if it doesn't mean anything about you, then you can just be them and bring that fucking party to whatever, to yourself.
Mm-hmm. I used to, because I definitely love words, and I have used words to express my love of words. But I always remind myself that words are both meaningful and meaningless, because usually, regardless of the definition, the word doesn't have like such a impactful meaning unless I give it that. You know, for example, if somebody's talking to in another language that you don't know the meaning of any of those words, they're using words and yet they mean nothing to you. And so I always love to remind myself of that. Like, yeah, words do have definitions, but definitions have changed over years. And words that you can know the definition of don't always have such an impact depending on the connotation, you know? So just like I love the point that you guys had made a while ago about the word wrong versus incorrect, and how when somebody says, oh, you're incorrect or you're inaccurate versus someone saying that you're wrong, it feels so differently, but it only feels so differently because you've added so much weight to the meaning of one word over the meaning of another. And so that's why I love words, because they're meaningful, but they're also meaningless, and you bring the meaning. And so when I'm speaking and something hits and something resonates, it's not because what I said was more meaningful. It wasn't because it resonates harder because of the words I chose. It's because you found meaning in them. You added meaning to them. And so you added value to the words that I speak. And words that I say could mean absolutely nothing to you. And that is also not a problem to solve. And so I always like reminding myself of that, because sometimes, you know, two people will say the same sentence, and yet somehow I take it more seriously from one person over the other. Is it the words? No, it's the meaning I added to the words. It's the meaning that I saw, or the value, or what I thought it was saying that I didn't, what wasn't valued. So I love that. I love that about words, that yeah, they're meaningful, but fuck man, they're meaningless unless I add the meaning to them. Oh, the pizza's here. Oh my God, the pizza's here.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna run, make sure he doesn't leave.
Get him.
You got to work for it. Chase that pizza man. Chase that pizza man. Get in there. Jesus.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, this has been just delightful. Thank you, Amanda, so much. We appreciate it. Obviously, we're working on you getting something as well, because we want you to be fed and hang out with us. So, and again, thank you to everybody who could be here. I was thinking maybe we'll switch up the music a little bit, but right now, this is very nice. This is very nice. Do want to just give a shout out to everybody who's already donated. And just mention that we are still looking for donations. We're still trying to crush that last $600. That's all it is. $600. Somebody comes to the retreat absolutely free. Somebody who would not otherwise be able to make it there. So we appreciate all of your donations, $5, $10, $20, whatever they might be. But do consider that, again, if you can do this for this person, it's a huge thing. Let's leave that on the screen a little bit longer, so that way so people can use their QR code thingy and snap a photo of it or drag their camera over, however you might use it. Point is that if you can do that, that's great. And if we get to the end of our goal, then we will likely stick around for another ticket, which means this is going to get goofy by about 3 or 4 in the morning. And we'll probably do some karaoke, because what the hell, we're just chilling out here for a long time anyway. So your donations are very much appreciated, and they will, garner you quite a bit of entertainment. Just throwing that shit out there. But again, do take advantage of this opportunity. If you have any questions, or if you would like us to cover anything or discuss anything, we would like to hear from you. Oh, what is that? I'm like, oh, that's Andrew. Andrew's got his pizza.
He's on DoorDash officially.
He is eating. That's nice. They documented the fact that they found Andrew. We appreciate that. It's like, look, we found the man who's eating the food. That is service. Right fucking there.
You're a hungry man. And
that's right.
No,
that's
hungry.
Right. He has been replenished.
I have never seen that. I've never seen them take a picture of the actual person.
Right? It's like they're trying to prove that they were able to locate him. We went through the jungle. We found. It took us some time. Worse, Andrew, he tracked them down, so it was like a mutual tracking. Did you catch it by surprise, man?
They took your picture, Andrew.
They did take my picture. I was wondering if that was going to be sent through on there. That's fucking awesome. All right, I'm moving my microphone so I can put this pizza on here.
I love it. I'm so glad. No, because I was thinking about like telethons and how they have like surprise guests and they have like surprise deliveries and so like in the festive mood of like a telethon energy while we're raising money, I was like, fuck, I've got to send some surprise things that they have no ideas coming. Knock on the door. Who the hell is that? It's just a pizza. Oh my God, but I love that. Life feels like such a big playground sometimes,
Oh yeah.
Yes.
For sure. All right. Oh, I'm going to grab a napkin here.
Oh yes, pizza is notoriously greasy.
Well done, sir.
The judges give that an 8 out of 10, sir, on the belching scale.
Thank you.
Seriously, that one had girth.
Exactly.
I can do far better.
I can do far better. I do not doubt your belching prowess, sir.
Right?
It's something, that's for sure.
If only you'd use that power for good.
Seriously.
Yeah.
All right. This is Yeah. Thank you again, Amanda.
Is it hefty? So yeah, I'm so
Oh,
curious.
yeah.
I got questions. Tell me about this pizza.
Yeah.
Like, it's like an old, thick. So is it just a thick, deep crust, or is it like, I don't know, because like deep crust is
Here's a view.
not really a lot of crust, but they said it was a lot of crust, so I was curious.
Yeah, it's fairly thick. It's not quite Chicago.
Right? That's what I was
Mild
like. I don't think it's
pizza.
Chicago.
It's like in between. It's squared off, but yeah, very, very girthy. Like I think this might be a 10-pound pizza.
Oh shit! My
Yeah.
bad.
No, it's awesome. And they loaded the grilled chicken. Holy Christ!
Well, good. At least they're not cheap, because that was
Yeah.
not an
No,
original topping.
I have like a couple 100 grams of protein.
Oh damn! Oh, this is good. I like this. Who is this? We got to give them a shout out. This is. Thank you, Bleecker Street Pizza.
Oh, is that what? Oh yeah. No, it does. Well, I wasn't sure. I was like, is the Grandma Ones using Bleecker Street Pizza boxes? That's the little route my mind took, because it does say Bleecker Street Pizza.
Any pizza's a personal pizza if you believe in yourself.
That's so true.
I love that.
Amen. I have eaten full regular sized pizzas.
We're not going to bed hungry tonight. That's all I know.
No, man.
But I do have some bad news, or rather, I have some news. Instagram booted us
What?
off the system because we passed the 4-hour limit, and we can't reconnect until we stop live streaming and then continue on again.
Should we?
That's exactly what we're going to do. We are going to end this stream, and then we're going to be back in like 3 minutes,
Okay.
if that. Okay? Don't go away, anyone. We'll talk to you in a minute.
All right.
We're going to be here. Actually, while you're here, dualisticunity.com/donate. If you've already donated, consider an extra $5. I'm just saying, it's worth the show. We appreciate it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Talk to you in a bit.